gradually start the event. We still have some people that will come a bit later. On behalf of the Council of Europe and the Council of Europe project safeguarding freedom of expression and freedom of media in Ukraine, you don't hear me. Now you hear me, right? And everyone online, do you hear me? Yes, you do. Okay. Good morning, dear colleagues joining us today online. Just a very technical comment from our side. My name is Leila Zhdanova. I'm a program manager of the Council of Europe project safeguarding freedom of media and freedom of expression. We're very happy to support this event. Today we have different moderators, but just starting with a small technical comment. We are sitting in the shelter today. In case of AL alerts, we are kindly asking our Ukrainian participants to go to the shelter. There will be a recording of the event, so you will be able to join and see it online from YouTube and from Zoom. Before I will give floor to our speakers, I would like to ask our technical team to put a small video about the safety campaign of the Council of Europe. Thank you.
Так, шановні колеги, дуже дякую за честь.
Very well, dear colleagues, I'm honored to launch this very important roundtable. And using the opportunity, I want to thank the partners, the Ministry of Culture, the Council of Europe. Thank you for being able to do this together with Rapporteurs Sans Frontières, with other colleagues. We now launching a very important campaign. It's called Journalists Matter. And to demonstrate how critically it is important to consolidate efforts for the sake of protection, for the sake of supporting the work of journalists, we will show you some information. On your desk, by the way, you have the statistics. 74 journalists lost their lives from the beginning of the full-scale invasion. And unfortunately, the numbers grow. Now it's 76. So the issue of protection, the issue of working towards protection of rights and freedoms of people and journalists in particular, that issue has become very acute, and it's a very, very important issue because the count, the statistical information, unfortunately, it's not only about actual crimes or cases, it's about human lives. So if we would analyze the objectives of this campaign, it's to present the Journalists Matter campaign. It's to inform about the establishment of the coordination committee at the Ministry of Culture. And also it's to discuss the key challenges, present the current situation with the media in the occupied territories, and assess the situation with regard to investigations of crimes against journalists, and then create a map of priorities. So for each and every goal, we probably could have a fully fledged roundtable. But today, we are just talking about some highlights. We are talking about some areas where we want to go in terms of achievement of this very, I hope, long-term campaign. And together, we will be able to attain the mentioned above objectives. And now I will show you how we're able to stay together. And during this panel, I will present the participants of this event and participants of the campaign. And now I'm going to give floor to the Director of the Directorate for Democracy, the Directorate General of the Democracy and Human Dignity, the Council of Europe, Matjaž Kruden. And Matjaž will talk to us online, as I understand. Right, online.
Yes, I am. Hello, everybody. Can you hear me well? Okay.
Yes, yes.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to welcome all the speakers and participants who are joining in person or online this national launch of the Council of Europe campaign for the safety of journalists. But before I say something about the campaign, just a few remarks about the opening of the conference and seeing you getting together in what from here looks like an underground parking place and listening the technical remarks at the beginning, which in most cases usually are limited to explaining how the newest application works that we are using for video conferences. In this case, you're providing information about alerts and shelters is of course a extremely telling and powerful reminder of the reality in which all the Ukrainians have been living for more than 2 years, and in which Ukrainian and foreign journalists are working since the beginning of the Russian aggression against your country. So I'd really like to start again by sending a message of solidarity, but also of admiration and support for Ukraine and Ukrainian people. And I think the fact that Ukraine is one of the first countries which is launching the campaign at the national level is something that Ukraine can be proud about. But I think it's also something that reflects in a way what this war is about, where this aggression came from, that this is a conflict between an ideology and a regime in which journalists are being silenced, are being jailed, are sometimes being murdered, and a country which is committed to democratic values and in which also through this campaign is sending a message that journalists matter. The Council of Europe in May last year had its only fourth summit of the heads of state and government. And the heads of state and government really met with two issues on the agenda. One was the Council of Europe response to the Russian aggression against Ukraine, how to better organize, articulate, and provide support to our member states in this very difficult time, which has been going on for far too long. And the other one was to find a response to what the Secretary General has described as the democratic backsliding that we have seen in many member states and beyond. But I think that we should not separate these two issues, the Russian aggression against Ukraine and the democratic backsliding, because at the end of the day, what we see in Russia and what has led to the Russian aggression at the end is just the ultimate, the latest, the most aggressive, the most devastating stage in a country's descent in democratic backsliding. And I think also it's a reminder of the necessity for vigilance and action in intervening and helping our member states to respond and counter those processes before they go too far. And we all know that when it comes to democratic backsliding, journalists are among the first on the front line to say. And in Ukraine, they're literally on the front line, either by covering the events in their country, which is a victim of aggression, or by defending their country against aggression themselves. So I think it's also right to express the admiration and respect for continuing to Ukrainian journalists, for continuing to heroically perform their duties despite all the challenges and threats they face. And we'd like to pay tribute to all those who lost their lives. And I understand that there's been more than 70 journalists who have lost their lives since the beginning of the aggression. Express our solidarity to those who continue to work to bring the truth about Russia's war in Ukraine and those who continue to stay in captivity in the Russian Federation or whose whereabouts remain unknown. I'd like to express our support for their families, for their colleagues, and their friends. Now, the Journalist Matter campaign is a part of that response in defending our democracies collectively in an area which is of essential importance for democracy, and that is media freedom. It is a 5-year initiative of our organization to promote press freedom and help protect journalists from violence, threats, and harassment while performing their duties. And the campaign urges all member states to put in place legal and policy measures and to allocate sufficient institutional and operational resources to protect journalists and the freedom of media. Without each member state's committed and effective efforts through the operation of the so-called national chapters, the campaign cannot reach its goals. And I think, again, it is really important to point out and to congratulate Ukraine to be among the first countries to launch that campaign. And I would like to thank the Ministry of Culture and Information Policy of Ukraine, which is the campaign's focal point, representatives of the parliament, the media regulator, representatives of other state authorities, civic society, and the media community for their efforts to ensure the safety of journalists despite the war. And the campaign will hopefully help to further focus and consolidate these efforts around clear goals and will hopefully deliver tangible results. As an example of multilateralism in action, it will also harness the expertise and leading practice in other member states to support Ukraine, while Ukraine's example of a swift and proactive approach involving all relevant participants is an example for others to follow. The role of media in providing access to reliable information is vital in times of war, and journalists are risking their lives every day to show what is happening at the front line, to fight disinformation, document war crimes, and eventually, and hopefully soon, bring to justice those accountable for the war atrocities. Free, independent, plural, and diverse media constitutes one of the cornerstones of any democratic society, even in a wartime. Journalists and other media workers should be afforded an enabling working environment and full protection under the law. Hence, any impediment to their activities should be promptly investigated and perpetrators should be made accountable. The case of Jorge Gongadze and several other murdered and attacked journalists has been waiting for justice for too many years. The launch of the national chapter of the campaign and the work of the National Committee should help prioritize investigation and the rendering of justice. The Council of Europe will support Ukraine on this journey through expert and technical support in the framework of the Action Plan for Ukraine, Resilience, Recovery and Reconstruction, which runs from last year and will run until 2026, and through the project in safeguarding freedom of expression and freedom of media in Ukraine. And I hope that other international organizations will also support Ukraine's campaign efforts. And I'd like to, at this point, also express my recognition and support for all the colleagues on the Council of Europe side here in Strasbourg, but especially in Kiev, who are working and helping to support these very important projects. I never dreamed of covering any war, recently wrote young journalist Olena Litvinova. And I never could imagine that the first war I would cover would be in my own country. And this war has now become not only my job, but also my life. I was more interested in covering not the hostilities, but the processes inside the country, the development of democracy, and the path toward European integration. I can only hope, but I would also like to express my conviction and definitely also pledge my support and support of my colleagues and the support of this organization to do everything we can to make sure that Olena's and every other Ukrainian's wish to resume and accelerate that path towards to the end of hostilities and the processes that towards and the decision for democracy that Ukrainians have decided for themselves and for the future will be soon become a reality. This year, the Council of Europe celebrates its 71st anniversary. The slogan of the 75th anniversary is United Around Our Values. The progress the European countries made since 1949 is indeed remarkable, but the ongoing war in Ukraine starkly reminds us that we need to defend our values every day and never take them for granted. Today, we stand united with Ukraine to uphold our shared values for a future where peace, democracy, and justice prevail. And I wish you all a very successful launch, and I would like to congratulate you again. Thank you.
Дуже дякую, пане Груден.
Thank you so much.
Насправді дуже хочеться втілення власне тих всіх і принципів.
Thank you, Matesh. And we, of course, pray for our wishes and dreams come true. And we wish war would not happen in any other country across the world. And we wish war would not threaten journalist community ever again. So thank you for the initiative. And the Ministry of Culture is represented by the Deputy Minister, who will now have the floor. Taras Shevchenko, over to you now. Thank you so much. Greetings, dear colleagues. We are very glad to be a part of this today's event, because this topic, journalist safety, is definitely one of the key priorities for the work of the Ministry of Culture and Information Policy. This is a very important topic. This topic has become more acute because today the number of wounded or deceased journalists is very high. I am not going to mention the numbers. We already have done this. Yaroslav spoke about it. Then there is another confirmation of the importance of this topic. And this confirmation means that the information security strategy, which was drafted by the Ministry of Culture jointly with other government agencies, includes 7 strategic objectives. And one of them is the rights of journalists, their safety, openness of information, and that is a special approach that Ukraine has towards information security. It's not only about fighting disinformation, it's about protecting the rights of journalists, it's about openness of government. And Ukraine is striving to attain balance, as we tried to do before the full-scale invasion, because the strategy was drafted back in 2021. And also, similar approach applies during the martial law. Of course, restrictions apply. In theory, they may ramp up those restrictions, but it's important to have the right balance. We must protect the journalists no matter what. And there are challenges with finding the right balance, and we have to do something about it. Now, speaking about challenges, there are challenges with regard to European integration, and that is yet another item on my agenda which I want to highlight. The rights of journalists, the freedom of expression, the freedom of speech is one of the topics which the EU is monitoring closely because they are assessing Ukraine's preparedness to become a member of the EU. It's a part of the human rights chapter and the chapter on fundamental rights. That is the most important chapter where the negotiations begin and end, because all other chapters, they deal with other things like culture, education, and they may be discussed and negotiated in a couple of days. But with fundamental rights and freedoms, that's where the EU is talking for a very long time with every candidate country, and they are doing a lot of monitoring while the procedures are ongoing. And the journalist safety and security have been reflected also in the assessment report by the EU, which Ukraine received last year. And among other things, Ukraine received an important task to provide access for journalists to the front line, to make sure that they can perform their professional duties while the risks for the national security are minimized or mitigated. So that is an important aspect of European integration. Now, journalist safety is a key topic on which we cooperate with Council of Europe and some other European agencies. Hanna Krasnostup is the person who is coordinating all this important work with the Council of Europe, and she represents Ukrainian government. And she's responsible for implementation of this campaign at the national level. We cooperate with UNESCO and OSCE. This year, Ukraine has become a member of the Communications Development Committee of UNESCO for the first time. So this committee, among other things, is also dealing with journalism safety. And our ministry is responsible for our government representation in the work of the committee. Also, I must mention the platform of the Council of Europe for protection and safety of journalists. This is a very important initiative which sheds the light on all of the issues dealing with journalists' safety and security. And speaking of shedding the light, I want to also mention some of the controversial issues which must be mentioned. We got some requests from this organization through the platform. They submit complaints. They say Russia shelled some of the territories, there is damaged infrastructure. They say that Russia is committing cyber attacks against Ukrainian media. And in my opinion, the government of Ukraine should not be the addressee of these complaints. You know, it appears that even if the journalists' rights are violated in the occupied territories, we are the ones who receive complaints. Ukraine receives complaints, not the country that violates the rights, not the country that is the aggressor, not the country that is killing journalists, not the country that is destroying property, infrastructure, and media. So thank you for this organization. The ministry will support this campaign at all costs. Thank you. Thank you, Taras. And now we're building a bridge from Taras's presentation to another presentation. It's very important to have clear understanding of the needs in the area of journalist safety, especially at the front lines. At the same time, it's important to remember that it's a very important work that they do at the front lines. And this process needs to be properly administered by those government structures that carry the coordination function, which are supporting functioning of the defense forces. So with great pleasure, I am now giving floor to Ilarion Pavlyuk, who is the head of press and information in the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine. Dear colleagues, thank you so much for this opportunity. Allow me to say just a few things about the role of independent media today in informing the public about the war in Ukraine and how Ukraine fights the tyranny and this unprovoked and brutal aggression. We must understand that modern-day warfare, as such, is not possible without communications, because in today's world, no one has a monopoly over information, and this needs to be taken into consideration also by the tyrannies. The foundation for cooperation is trust, and communication helps build trust. But official messages are not enough to build trust. In the democratic society, it is very important to have the plurality of voices just to build trust. And that especially is applied to the times of war. When you are trying to pour propaganda and shut other voices up, that is a way of the terrorism. And in Ukraine, we chose the democracy path. We chose the path of the free democratic country. And that means that we are cooperating as government and the people. And it's also about being accountable by the government, and independent media create conditions for this cooperation to be effective so that this accountability could be sustainable. And you, independent media, provide information to the family and relatives of those who fight. And the taxpayers in partner countries also make decisions whether to support Ukraine and their country through taxes, whether to support politicians in their countries, because those people do not participate in some closed international meetings. Those people do not have access to intel, and none but you, independent media, can explain why they need to support Ukraine. And no one will be able to do it better than a journalist who herself saw the war with her own eyes and who saw the fight of Ukrainians with her own eyes, and who saw the war crimes committed by the Russians. So, independent journalists, I want to thank you for this contribution. That is very important, and you cannot really underestimate this. So, the plurality of voices is an important contribution into the life of a democratic state and into the fight which Ukraine now has. We understand this, and in the MOD we try to create the right balance between things like operational security, secrecy, and we want to make sure that a lot of media can speak from the front lines. It's not easy, but we do this.
Зокрема, ми
It's
зробили
not easy, but still we decided to take these actions. In particular, we recently changed the order of the Commander-in-Chief number 73 that regulated the presence of journalists in the hostilities area. This is not the end of our actions. Much needs to be done, much needs to be regulated and improved, but this work needs to continue all the time, because we cannot let the voices of international media, independent media, to let them stop. We must ensure that they speak in many voices and they continue working in the future. Thank you very much. As a person who used to be a journalist, a military journalist in the hostilities area, I want to thank you for endangering your life regularly, for doing something that you are not supposed to do. You chose to do it. You are doing your job, and you are contributing hugely by sacrificing your lives, but endangering your life. Sometimes non-competence run a bigger risk than competence, and we highly appreciate it. Thank you, Ilarion. We can only, join your words on our behalf and confirm that with the MOD and with the defense forces, we cooperate all the time to improve the access for journalists. Sometimes we can improve something fast, sometimes not because of personal factors, sometimes, but we definitely understand that journalists are very much important in the front lines, even more important than in other situations. It is important for us to show what's going on to the whole world. We need to demonstrate that Ukrainian journalists have the necessary protection and can implement the principles of equal access and full access to information that are critically important for the society that is facing such a huge challenge as Ukrainian society. What we can do together to improve the protection of journalists, to bring attention of the general public about the importance of the journalists and in any society, in particular Ukrainian society. This is actually the focus of the Council of Europe's campaign called Journalists Matters. And to present that is also focused to present the best practices of the European nations. And I want to give the floor now actually to the team that is going to introduce this campaign. So I would love to give the floor to Rodika Chokin, manager of the campaign for the safety of journalists, freedom of expression and steering committee on media and information society division in the Council of Europe. And we will have international experts, Carly Nemo, head of press policy department for culture, media and sport of the United Kingdom, the focal point of UK for the campaign for the safety of journalists, and Andrin Eichin, senior policy advisor for international relations at Swiss Federal Office of Communication, the focal point of Switzerland for the campaign for the safety of journalists. And after the international presentation, the Ukrainian component will be presented by Hanna Krasnostup, national focal point of the campaign for the safety of journalists, head of information policy and information security department at the Ministry of Culture and Information Policy. So, no, for me not to break the presentation, because we want that to be a holistic process, I want to invite Ms. Rodika to take the floor, and the other speakers, please take the floor as you need for us to see the whole range of the campaign. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you hear me well? So, yes. Okay. So first of all, thank you for having me here, and let me join the other speakers and express the support to the Ukraine and the Ukrainian people in this moment, as well as the admiration for the commitment that you show, including through this event, and also the further work that you will be doing under the campaign in the next years. As mentioned by Matthias Gruden, the Council of Europe campaign for the safety of journalists is spanning through a period of 5 years. It's a continent-wide initiative aimed at addressing the escalating threats faced by journalists, both offline and online, while performing their job. It is grounded in the recognition of the vital role the journalists play in safeguarding democracy, but it is also the result of the ministerial conference that we held in 2021, where all the ministers of the Council of Europe member states responsible for media and information committed to carry on a campaign and improve the situation with concrete actions. And we talk about concrete actions because standards have been there for a long time. What was missing, and it's still sometimes missing, is putting them into implementation, and therefore the political will for that. The objectives of the campaign have been mentioned. They are to enhance journalist safety, strengthen legal and institutional framework, raise awareness, as well as combat impunity of crimes against journalists. We have structured the campaign around the 4 pillars of the recommendation of 2016 on the protection of journalism and safety of journalists and other media actors. And these are protection, prevention, prosecution, and promotion of information, education, and awareness raising. We will organize annually a thematic conference around each pillar, as well as other more focused events. Such events will be based on the Council of Europe standards, existing good practices from other member states and other relevant actors. The national participants will be able to bring back home examples of such good practices and work to transpose the useful elements on the national level. A first thematic conference on the protection pillar will take place towards the end of October. Exact date is still to be confirmed, most probably in Poland. In terms of more focused activities, we envisage also the organization of a workshop on the role of the police in the safety of journalists in public demonstrations. Nevertheless, as mentioned by Mr. Gruden, the leading role of the campaign belongs to the member states. Therefore, just as in the case of Ukraine, national regional initiatives are expected to come from countries to be supported then by the Council of Europe through expertise, facilitated dialogues among stakeholders, and the sharing of existing good practices. Some targeted projects are being carried on in member states by the Council of Europe through the cooperation programs. Therefore, synchronization with our field offices and alignment to the campaign objectives is crucial in this sense, as it is the case for this event in Ukraine. In order to address the variety of concerns and activities under the campaign, the states were invited to designate focal points. We will hear from the Ukrainian focal points immediately after. The focal points will act as the interface between the domestic stakeholders entrusted with the national chapter of the campaign and the Council of Europe Secretariat of the campaign, as well as with the other focal points from the other states and stakeholders involved. We will meet annually with the focal points, and we will also have exchanges regularly on the progress and other activities. A first meeting of the national focal points took place in Riga in the emergence of the launch of the campaign, and the next one will take place on 21st June this year. The focal points will be able to share and update their colleagues on the steps taken on national level. The focal points are also meant to facilitate the national consultations between the relevant actors that could have a role to play in the journalists' protection on national level. And these actors are to form what we call national campaign committees. A national committee should operate as an interagency, be an inclusive multi-stakeholder structure, and bring together domestic representatives that will transpose the campaign at home. It has to be inclusive, therefore, to have representatives from the state authorities and the civil society, as well as journalistic community. Such committees will have the task to have all these parties sit together with the aim of mapping of what exists already, what is being done, to assess further needs, and use the campaign and its political weight to improve and move things forward. Where needed, the committee could also be in charge on working on a national action plan for the safety of journalists and put it into implementation. The aim, in fact, is that such a dialogue ideally continues after the campaign, even out of the project, that it becomes a national mechanism of cooperation and dialogue in the field. We do not expect all the states to set up committees from the scratch. Some may use existing communication structures. This is the case, for example, for Bosnia and Herzegovina, that will make use of the Council of Europe project on media freedom and use its steering committee as campaign committee as well. We started similar discussions with Georgia. The countries that already have a national action plan or strategy on the safety of journalists will keep using the coordination structure, such as the case for Switzerland, UK, Austria, the Netherlands. Other countries such as Finland, Armenia, Croatia have already started and set up committees and started working on assessing the needs. Latvia and Cyprus are in the process of doing it. Some of the countries will focus on issues more stringent to their realities, such as trust in the media and promotion of the role of the journalist. This was the case of Romania, that under the campaign organized an event awarding 50 journalists that have worked in conflict zones and have been brought together to share their stories that are often unknown, and thus promote awareness among the larger public on their work. Just to say that all countries have their realities, and they need to approach this campaign the best way it suits such realities. We are aware that the case of Ukraine is very specific, and we hope that the campaign can still manage to address the protection of journalists in a country in a war situation. Each country is encouraged to take steps according to its possibilities. We do not expect all the countries to go ahead at the same pace. Nevertheless, the campaign will praise every single meaningful step. The success of the campaign relies on the collaborative efforts at both the continental but even more on national level among the stakeholders, starting from a dialogue where parties share and actually hear each other, but then go up to concrete measures in improving journalist safety. I will stop here. I would like to thank you for the attention. I know that time is short. Nevertheless, should you have questions, don't hesitate to contact us. Thank you very much to the colleagues from Kiev that made this event possible. Leila, Olena, Christina, and the others who did an excellent job. And Slava Ukraini. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Дуже дякую і дякую за...
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for the context. Colleagues, if you need headsets for simultaneous interpretation, they're available over there. With our organizational team, you can approach them and ask for the headsets. Once again, thank you very much, Rodika. And now I want to give the floor to Carlenimo.
Hi, thanks everyone. So yeah, I'm Carly Nimmo. I am Head of Media Freedom at DCMS, which is the UK department which is responsible for defending media freedom. I lead on our work on protecting the safety of journalists because of the risks to media freedom based on self-censorship, for example, if journalists don't feel they have a safe operating environment. Thank you for inviting the UK to speak today about our National Committee for Safety of Journalists and our National Action Plan. So I'll start by talking about how we set up our committee. It was established in 2020, and that was following a recommendation by the Organisation for Security and Cooperation in Europe for member states to set up committees in order to create a safer environment for journalists. So although the UK doesn't face the same problems as a lot of different jurisdictions, we were very aware that the safety of journalists was becoming an increasingly prevalent issue. So we leveraged existing strong, positive stakeholder relationships with key organisations in order to gauge their interest in joining the committee and to seek their views on how it could carry out its role most effectively. And we recognised it was important to have representatives of journalists themselves, of employers, of the police and court services, and also organisations that could look at the bigger picture of journalist safety, for example, non-governmental organisations. The Media Minister in the UK agreed to chair the committee. However, we also asked a minister from the Home Office, which is our Interior Ministry, to jointly chair, and that helped to ensure that we were able to engage fully with the law enforcement bodies. And since the committee has been set up, we've had excellent engagement and enthusiasm for its objectives of ensuring a safe environment for journalists to operate from all of the different members. When the committee first met in 2020, it agreed to develop a domestic national action plan that would set out how it would ensure that journalists were as safe as possible whilst working in the UK. And so we undertook a significant amount of work to examine evidence from the police, from journalists' employers and journalists themselves to identify which kinds of activity would improve safety. In particular, we held a series of bilateral and roundtable discussions to understand journalists' experiences and identify what kinds of action they thought was most important. And the common theme that was revealed throughout that series of engagement was the rise in online abuse that journalists are facing. So from those conversations, we developed our National Action Plan, and it was published in March 2021. It's based on 5 key areas of focus, and those are increasing our understanding of the problem, enhancing the criminal justice system response in tackling crimes against journalists, supporting journalists and their employers to build the resources they need to protect personal safety, helping online platforms to tackle the wider issue of abuse online, and improving public recognition of the value of journalists. And sitting underneath each of those 5 areas is a series of tangible initiatives that help deliver those objectives. And I can discuss any of those in further detail at the end if that's helpful. But the key thing to note for us was that employers of journalists, unions for journalists, the courts and police services and government all had a role in the development of each of the interventions. It's also worth mentioning that although they are not members of our committee, we invited online platforms Meta and X, as well as the National Council for Training of Journalists, to commit to actions within the plan, and that was to address some of the key gaps that were identified in safety issues. So in terms of how the committee works together to deliver the National Action Plan, ultimately the committee meets twice a year, and those meetings are used to hold each member responsible for the delivery of their commitments within the plan. In the very early stages, we held meetings in between those committee meetings on a kind of 4-weekly or 8-weekly basis with each of the delivery partners to maintain rapport, build momentum, and to track progress. And then we also set up ad hoc meetings between different stakeholders and the ministers that co-chair the committee to increase accountability where it was necessary. And we've undergone a process of monitoring delivery of each of the interventions, and that helps us to understand where things are working or where things may have to be changed. And the National Committee published a written statement of progress at the end of 2022, which summarises the significant amount of work that has been delivered to date, and that was widely welcomed by all of our key stakeholders. That process of consistent monitoring has also helped us to increase our understanding of the changing landscape of safety of journalists, and we've since developed 10 new actions as part of the plan, and those were published in October 2023. And again, I can talk about those in more detail as well. The key thing to note is that we have widened the scope of the National Action Plan to also cover legislative threats against journalists. And we've launched a new task force that brings together a wider group of stakeholders to address that issue. And in terms of some of the key things that have been delivered, I can talk about the responsibilities of employers in particular. So the original National Action Plan included commitments by publishers and broadcasters to do a number of things, and those included establishing designated safety officers within the organisation, as well as developing training opportunities for staff as well as freelancers, and adequately signposting journalists to those opportunities. In terms of case studies of some examples of best practice, in particular Reach PLC, which is one of the biggest publishers in the UK, appointed an online safety editor, which is a designated role which serves to support all Reach colleagues when they face incidents of online abuse. That's combined with a network of safety representatives, which is made up of trained volunteers across newsrooms who act as online safety responders, and they offer support to colleagues who have suffered online harm. The BBC, which is the largest employer of journalists within the UK, has launched new policy for staff and freelancers on managing online abuse and harm, particularly in regard to reporting incidents and introduction of a system that logs cases of abuse. And the BBC has also appointed more than 100 mental health first aiders to provide support to staff exposed to trauma. And then The Guardian has also published social media guidelines for staff, which provide advice on blocking and reporting abusers. And a number of different publishers have also recognised the risks that are posed by comment sections on online news content and have taken steps to safeguard against those. Following the success of those different initiatives, we recognise that a key part of ensuring that that best practice was embedded was the opportunity for publishers and broadcasters to collaborate. So within the refreshed plan, employers committed to establishing a subcommittee to discuss their experiences of tackling safety issues within their own organisations. That subcommittee was launched in November last year, and it now meets quarterly to discuss safety issues, in particular the online abuse of journalists, the impact on freelance journalists, and the need for a consistent public response to this abuse. And the subcommittee has also generated a list of particular safety resources which can be shared across different publishers and broadcasters. So those were the key things I wanted to flag this morning, but happy to respond to any further interventions if it's helpful.
Thanks a lot. Дякую, Карлі, за власне
Thank you very much, Carly Nemo, за these
досить важливо наголосити
specific
перед тим, як ми
points,
можемо, власне, вже презентувати і пропозиції України в цьому плані, але
especially
перед тим надаємо
before Ukraine is going to present its own action plan. But I want to give the floor first to Andrin Aichin, Senior Policy Advisor, International Relations at Swiss Federal Office of Communications, and the focal point of Switzerland for the campaign for the safety of journalists.
Thank you very much for having me. It's an honor to be here, and many congratulations to you for taking the important step of implementing a national chapter as well. In Switzerland, we started in autumn 2021. It was decided that we will set up a national action plan for the safety of journalism following the ministerial conference that Rodica mentioned before. Of course, the challenges in Switzerland are very different from the challenges that you face. So I will focus more on the process and the implementation mechanisms. The situation in Switzerland is generally very good, but we have threats and violences that increase and have increased in the last years, especially around demonstrations and especially also online. And we have the legal element that comes in as well with abusive strategic lawsuits. But maybe how we approached the whole tasks and how we are doing implementation now. So we started the process in February 2022 when we started with online surveys for first the journalists themselves and then the publishing houses as well, to understand from their perspective what the main threats and dangers are they experience. On this, we then built a series of roundtables with, again, journalists and publishers. We decided to keep them separate in the beginning so that we have a safe space and kind of like an engagement between the specific or within the specific job areas. And then we very quickly realized that it was necessary for us to establish what we call the sounding board, and this is what is now in the journalists and in the Council of Europe's campaign, the National Campaign Committee. We wanted to have this so that it can continue to support us with implementation, with designing the national action plan, and to actually understand how do our measures actually impact on the ground. And we started to work with the sounding board from November 2022, and it exists continuously until today. We finally published the National Action Plan in May of last year, May 2023. And since then, we are working continuously with the sounding board. So the sounding board is made up of 11 people. They are across the whole industry. So we have 4 out of the 11 people are from publishers. 3 are from unions or representatives of the journalists. Then we have 2 who are from education institutions and media specialized education institutions, so institutions that train journalists and media specialists. We have somebody from the Swiss Press Council, and we have an NGO and the Public Broadcasting Corporation. The NGO is Reporters Without Borders, that sits on our sounding board as well. The sounding board has 3 roles in Switzerland. The first is they are also responsible for implementation. So some of the measures that are formulated in the National Action Plan are actually being carried out by the industry and the media themselves. So for example, one of the measures is that we set up a national website for journalists to be able to go to and to inform themselves about risks and how they can mitigate those risks. And this will be set up by the education institution, one of the main education institutions for journalists in Switzerland. One of another measures that is owned by the industry is in Switzerland we have the problem that we have 3 or sometimes even 4 different press passes, which makes it difficult, especially for police to identify journalists. And so the publishers and the unions together are now working on trying to standardize the press pass. The second role for the sounding board is to improve coordination. There are some areas where we need engagement of all stakeholders, and so the sounding board is there to organize the implementation of these measures. And then of course accountability. The sounding board is there to check on progress, to critically assess progress. Where are we falling behind? Where are we doing well? And then also what are the lessons learned? And in view of a potential future second national action plan, what are the elements that we would need to improve and build upon? Maybe a few words on the working mechanisms as well, how we work with the sounding board. Similar to the UK, they meet 2 times a year with always the focus that they assess the development of the National Action Plan. And then we have ad hoc meetings to review critical milestones. For example, we will now start a study into what are the safety dangers that Swiss journalists experience, because we have very little evidence on this. And of course, the design of this study is very important for everybody involved. So we'll have a specific sounding board meeting to design the study and review the methodology. A second aspect of the working mechanism is that we have sub-working groups for some of the implementation measures. It is important, or not the whole sounding board has to be present, but maybe it affects 1 or 2 different organizations. So they set up sub-working groups to coordinate and work on the implementation of these measures. And then we quite often communicate in written consultations as well. For example, when we set up a specific project, or when we start to work, we normally send it around in a very informal manner between the members of the National Sounding Board as well, to get their feedback, to understand what their priorities are and whether we meet their priorities. So this is a very quick run through where we are at. I deliberately did not go too much into detail on the specifics and the concrete measures, but if there is interest, I'm always available. And again, it's an honor to be here, and we offer all our support. And if we can share our experience in the future as well, please do not hesitate to contact us. Many thanks.
Дуже дякую, Андрін, за такі максимально практичні.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this very practical advice with regard to implementation and organizational structure for the most effective implementation of the plan. And now I am giving floor to Hanna Krasnostup, who is going to present Ukrainian proposals with regard to the above-mentioned campaign here in Ukraine. Okay, dear colleagues, I would like to inform everyone present today that we are launching the national campaign of the Council of Europe, which is called Journalists Matter. This is a very important step for Ukraine, and I will explain you why this is important for all of us. Recently, we received training in soft skills. You know, it's not important what's happening, it's important what do you think about it. But during the war, everything has changed. It's important to know what is happening in real life. We are talking about safety, security-related issues. It's about us. It's about our families. And we are living in the midst of it, in the midst of the war. So we protect the journalists, and thus we protect our right. to be informed. High-quality journalist investigations matter because during the war, they provide the necessary oversight of the government actions, and they help with transparency of decision-making. Now let's talk about some key things, key ideas. What do we plan to do? What the plans are? Yesterday, we have established a coordination committee for the Council of Europe campaign, Journalists Matter. And we have representatives of the Ministry of Culture. We have our colleagues from the Ministry of Interior, from the MFA, from the MOD, from the General Staff, the National Police, and the journalists. They all comprise this important body. And also the representatives of the National Association of Journalists and the Institute for Mass Information. And there are some other experts. So we do have them as members, and this coordination committee is open. At the initial meeting, at the kickoff meeting, we will discuss the rules of procedure, the terms of reference, and we will discuss plans. We will have an action plan, it will be approved, and it's important to have an action plan which is flexible. We'll be offering different activities, we'll be monitoring their implementation. Apologies, my presentation got delayed a little bit. So we will be focusing our attention on all of the cases and on all of the messages on this platform. Today, this monitoring continues, but the coordination committee and ourselves will look into each and every case individually. Somehow the presentation is not working. Nevertheless, we view journalist safety in a broader sense. This is not just physical safety, it's a separate matter. It's also about economic safety, your mental health, protection from sexual violence, GBV specifically for women, female journalists who are presenting to the rest of the world what is happening along the front lines. That is why, within the framework of our coordination committee, we decided to find some best practices for journalist protection and security and disseminate those practices. Also, we have other coordinators with us from the same campaign. They are my colleagues. And with them, we want to keep disseminating experience. Next slide. Also, at the meetings of the coordination committee, and the nearest one will happen this month, so we will assess the challenges that we are facing today. You know, we do have a lot of sad statistics. We lost a lot of lives. We lost infrastructure. Many people got wounded. We analyze all those cases through the Council of Europe platform, but that's not an exhaustive list of challenges which Ukraine faces with regard to the freedom of speech. We have to look into these proposals and suggestions, and at one of the nearest meetings, we will approve the action plan at the committee level. And we will be monitoring its implementation. I personally undertake the responsibility for this. And when necessary, any expert can talk to me. I am a focal point for the Council of Europe here in Ukraine. I'm responsible for all the programs related to journalist safety. I can talk to people and I can really discuss the questions, the issues at high-level meetings. Next, please.
Про основні завдання комітету я хотіла особливу увагу звернути.
Speaking about the key assignments, I wanted to focus on that because they do matter for the members of the committee, and I want to inform our international colleagues about what we do. So it's the assessment of challenges, provision of guidelines and recommendations, and summarizing best practices and proposing changes to the legislation. So I can coordinate the process of amending legislation. I can coordinate the process of decision-making by the government as long as they address the issues discussed at the coordination committee meetings. And we can also discuss all possible cases of media, of attacks against media, against journalists. Also, we will be emphasizing on international support. And I want to thank our international partners because they provide us today with a lot of assistance, humanitarian assistance, with which we also support our journalists' safety and security. At the meetings of the coordination committee, we will be able to remain in one information space and we will be able to focus on the needs. We will be able to see what's happening, who is helping us, what do they use to help us. And with that, we will be able to implement our information policy and we can support our journalists by taking into consideration their needs. And then there is a key question. This coordination committee will look into the issues which are quite wide-ranging. It's more than just journalist safety and security. It's more than just information campaign. We will be addressing all issues related to access of journalists and other media actors to information. And we will be talking about freedom of speech in Ukraine. The coordination committee and its developments will be taken into consideration in the roadmap for the post-war pluralistic media and the Council of Europe platform for protection of journalists will help us to establish better cooperation across the platform. And we will regularly revise the cases. We will inform the partners about the progress and if there's been a crime against a journalist. And if it's been done by Russia, then in our belief, and Taras Shevchenko mentioned about this, the Russian Federation must be held accountable for that. And we believe that this information will be presented on the platform. And I want to pay special attention to the fact that Ukraine, under very difficult circumstances, is still collecting best practices for protection of journalists. And together with the partners, along with the Mass Information Institute, we'd like to share these practices also with the coordinators of this campaign, with our international partners. The journalists matter. Thank you for your attention. Great. Anna, thank you so much. Thank you for the in-depth presentation. I'd like to also congratulate everyone with the launch of this important campaign. We've always been working on this important matter, but now we are stepping up the efforts because planned work provides the most effective results. So we have discussed some fundamental things with regard to organization of the future work. Now we will talk about the format. We will talk about questions that international colleagues raised, and we will talk about questions presented by Hanna. And we want to also be most practical, and for that purpose, I will offer Oksana Romaniuk to moderate. We know who can discuss practicalities the best. Thank you so much, Yaroslav. Thank you, dear colleagues. Thank you for joining us. And I'm very glad to see our colleagues here with us who have been fighting for the rights of journalists. I see some heroes who are operating at the front lines. I see people who already worked in the government, but they used to be journalists back in the day. So they do have the understanding how we operate. I'd like to also thank the representatives of law enforcement. For us, this is a very important platform. It is used for communication between all of us, and we hope that this cooperation will continue. I want to thank Hannah and the Council of Europe for this initiative. Without further ado, I'm gonna give floor to Katarina Diachuk, who is the head of the Freedom of Speech Monitoring in the Institute for Mass Information. On February 24, on the first day of invasion, we launched the program for monitoring of crimes committed by Russian occupiers against the media, against media actors in Ukraine. So we've been monitoring all this for 3 years already, and we are sending the information to law enforcement, to the international organizations, and we all hope that soon we will see the perpetrators in the tribunal. Our objective is to find truth and justice and to make sure that these things don't happen again. Katarina has a presentation, so please let's start showing it. And the clicker is not working, is it? Hello, dear colleagues. I want to speak about the current trends and the media landscape and its dynamics. For the last couple of years, Russian aggression is the #1 challenge for Ukrainian journalists and international ones as well, who come to report about events. So based on available stats, for this more than 2 years of full-scale invasion, we identified 575 crimes, and each and every case has been verified. So we are talking about abduction, killings, and disappearances of journalists. There are 30 cases of wounded journalists. Also, a lot of media, like 234, had to stop their operations because of the war. Some of them did not recover after this. Next slide, please.
Ця цифра озвучується сьогодні вперше.
So this number is presented for the first time today. So these are the media actors who lost their lives for the decade of the Russo-Ukrainian War. Between 2014 and 2022, a lot of journalists lost their lives. Some of them lost their lives as fighters, some of them while performing their duties as journalists. Now, 76 media actors that lost their lives since 2022, since the beginning of the full-scale invasion. 66 of them lost their lives as fighters, as people who were fighting the enemy. The rest died because of shelling, because of torture, because of many other reasons caused by Russia. So those are the pictures of our media personnel, media actors who lost their lives as a result of the war. They are getting wounded still in Kharkiv, in Zaporizhia. Those are the places where Russia has stepped up the shellings. Based on our available statistics, over 32 media personnel got wounded. As a result of that, Russia continued shelling TV towers, and that's civilian infrastructure. So we have recorded 17 cases. So in September, they shelled Sumy, Kharkiv region, and that's where there were huge disruptions with broadcasts of national television. So that creates a lot of difficulties. And the media market and media landscape changed. And the advertising market is at its lowest. As I said, 234 media outlets had to shut down. And I wanted to mention Crimea. It's been in occupation for more than a decade. They have created this information vacuum there. And we have civil society journalists who are oppressed. Irina Danilovich, for example, she is in detention without any medical aid. Then Ahmed Suleimanov in detention without any medical aid. So Russia is doing all this to completely eliminate the voice of the people by using barbaric means. And At the same time, I must mention that it's not just Russia that violates the freedom of speech. We have Ukrainian citizens who do that as well. In the beginning of the invasion, the crimes by Ukrainian citizens with regard to journalists were at its lowest. Now this number of offenses and crimes is rising. There are many challenges with regard to that. For example, this biggest journalist case, Nikolov case, where they were prosecuting journalists, making them enemy of the state. There are some anonymous Telegram channels that are pressuring journalists, and this latest case against one of the investigative journalists, whereby they threaten him with the call-up for service. And I'm talking now about the data from 2022. So what are the key challenges for journalists? And what do they think about it? Do they see any change? Back in 2023, Ukrainian media actors have noticed that the symptoms of stress have increased and the trust in our victory has decreased. So these media actors feel stress way more than in December, where there were other symptoms of stress. So 90% of our respondents spoke about it. The numbers are growing, especially in 2023 compared to 2022. People feel more depressed and desperate, and they feel fatigue. They have problems sleeping. They wake up in the middle of the night. They cannot focus. They suffer from nightmares. They feel like they don't have time to rest and recover. They get irritated. And at the same time, to just add a few positive things. The journalists actually spoke about the most positive thing for 2023. So, dear colleagues, what do you think? What's that one positive thing they spoke about? Well, it's the rescue of our state, right? And the positive responses for the media law. I will mention some personal achievements that people spoke of. We're still working in spite of fatigue and depression. I am doing my work. I am helping with debunking fake information. I did not lose my mind. I got green money for the development of my website. I raised more than 1 million grivna for the Ukrainian armed forces. So the journalists remain the people who are documenting the history, the events, and they are showing the truth to the people. We also have some selective access to the front lines, and I want to call upon the participants and those who deal with access, please take it into consideration. We do have some journalists who are capable of properly broadcasting information from there, but at the same time, we want to have more of such people who have access, who can talk about the war. Thank you, Katerina. We must adapt all the time to new challenges. We must become stronger. A lot of our colleagues became victims. Because of the circumstances where we live, we now must cooperate more with law enforcement. We value their contribution very much in the investigation of crimes by the Russians against the media actors. And now I'm giving floor to Alexander Zyus, who is the head of international government and non-government relations from the War Crimes Unit of the Office of the General Prosecutor. Alexander, what is the current situation with regard to investigation of crimes against media, against the journalists? What kind of main trends you observe? Thank you for the opportunity to present. I am responsible for also investigating war crimes, and I will speak about that. The oblast level prosecutorial offices are investigating dozens of cases of this kind. 5 of them fall under the war crimes category, which we are responsible for. And these war crimes are committed in many different parts of Ukraine. And we identified 49 journalists, 7 of them are foreign journalists, who lost their lives. Many of them got wounded. Many of them were illegally detained or deprived of liberty. And I'm now talking about the stats from day one of the aggression. Journalists were victims of shelling at near-front territory. They became victims of missile strikes against Ukraine. They were tortured. They suffered from inhuman treatment. Some of them remain in the occupied territories and in the Russian territory as civilian hostages. From the beginning of the full-scale invasion, 4 indictments in these crimes were sent to court. With regard to 10 individuals, 3 people were sentenced in absentia. At the same time, because of shelling, recent shelling specifically, which resulted in death of journalists, we also launched criminal cases. Kyiv Oblast prosecutor submitted an indictment with regard to 1 person, the Russian armed forces representative, who threatened journalists with prosecution. So this individual was recognized guilty, and he was sentenced to imprisonment. Also, we have some other cases that were sent to court, specifically about cases that happened in Kherson. And police is investigating those cases. And after the investigation, the perpetrators will be held accountable. And also speaking about the monitoring mission of the UN, their report talked about the categories of people who were deprived of liberty unlawfully. And the officers of local government and the activists and the journalists are mentioned there. Those were the people who were illegally detained, tortured, and suffered from inhuman treatment. Also, we operate at the international arena to hold accountable people who are guilty in commission of such crimes. In each and every case, we talk to the government of the jurisdiction in question, and we are asking about application of the universal jurisdiction rule. We also submit requests for international legal assistance. We try to create task forces with investigators from other countries. Such a task force is already working with the French authorities as a result of investigation of 1 case where a French journalist lost his life. And also we cooperate with other countries to investigate cases of death of journalists from those countries. And we have submitted some indictments from the competent authorities of the Lithuanian Republic with regard to Mr. Kudaravičius from Lithuania. And also the Office of the General Prosecutor is participating in the creation of the international platform to repatriate civilian hostages and prisoners of war who are now remaining in the occupied territories or in the territory of Russia. We want to bring them home. Thank you so much. Thank you, Alexander. Very interesting information. And this information confirms the fact that the journalists are the target for the Russians. And we've documented cases when Russians would come into a city and one of the first victims for them would be journalists. They would detain the journalists, they would raid their offices, and that is for the genocidal nature of their intentions. And also, Alexandra, I have a question for you. What do you think about this situation when Russia continues attacking and killing journalists?
Колеги,
Hello, dear colleagues. Thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you for the presentation. I was working on some notes. I tried to mention some numbers, but most of it has been already mentioned. So I'm not going to repeat that. I will just say and speak about things which have not been mentioned. In fact, the journalists are not protected by the international humanitarian law more than the civilians within this armed conflict and generally in the world. So when we say that the journalists become targets, in fact, for the Russians, there are a lot of civilians who become targets. So, for example, from the beginning of the full-scale invasion, 10,191 persons, and a lot of them were children. So children become victims and targets in this armed conflict and other civilians. However, this does not mean that the journalists do not require additional protection. Lyudmila spoke about, general level things. I wanted to talk about the background and the history of the conflict, which lasts for more than a decade. And on March 3, 2014, the OSCE representative responsible for the freedom of media has made a press release. She is now holding a different job, but you probably remember Dunya Mijatovic. And she says that media censorship and threats against journalists have to stop. And in some delicate situations, like today's situation in Ukraine, all citizens must have the right to receive information, uncensored from the government and independently from the borders of the state. And this press release, they also use some other wording about the crisis and the protesters and some unknown, unidentified individuals in military uniform. But in March 2014, when the occupation of Crimea started, no one said in that press release about Russia or Russian military presence. And they did not have the courage to assess the situation. In spite of the fact that Dunya Mijatovic visited Crimea on March 5, she prematurely terminated her visit. She wanted to stay until the 7th, but she terminated it because the Russian military put her in the vehicle at the meeting where I was present as well. But it took her another 4 months to actually see Russian military presence there.
України розпочались активні бойові дії. Це нам дуже
Hostilities started in the east of Ukraine, and that stood on our way because we as a country spent a lot of time to explain that it wasn't a referendum, it was occupation, it was Russian invasion, that there was a green man, and it actually cost lives to some people, their freedom. So when we talk about the role of the international organizations and when we talk about standards, we must remember that we should not delay things and be courageous, be bold in what we do. If, like Maxim Levin was bold, a journalist, Maxim Levin, who was there on the front lines. We remember his reports from Ilovaisk, and he was killed when he was covering the manifestations of Russian occupation and Russian crimes in 2022, although he had been doing that since 2014. Or let's talk about a journalist from Luhansk, Alexander Makhov, who was also covering this conflict since the very beginning, and he died when he already joined the armed forces of Ukraine. We can talk about Masha Varfolomeeva from Luhansk, when she sent pictures to journalists from occupied Luhansk, and she stayed in captivity back in 2014 for many days. Selvir Mustafa, remember him today. If we talk about civil society journalists, in particular the one who was imprisoned in 2018 for coordination of Crimean Solidarity campaign. They were covering the issues of abuse and harassment of Crimean Tatars in Crimea. And the list of the journalists can continue. We still have journalists in captivity like Maxim Butkevich, who also joined the armed forces of Ukraine, and now he has been convicted to 13 years in prison, which is a violation of IHL, because combatants cannot be imprisoned according to the regular procedures. I think that the General Prosecutor's Office can give us more details on that. But we, as an Office of the Ombudsman, we are a monitoring agency. We exercise parliamentary control over the human rights, and we work first of all with the requests from our nationals, in particular journalists and their families, who can act on their behalf. So over the past year, we processed over 5,000 requests from different people. We didn't have a lot of the requests regarding the violation of rights of journalists, but there were quite a few about the poor access to the public information, which is a big issue in Ukraine, and we also respond to those requests, and we have done a lot, in particular with the experts present here, because as our public authorities want to hide behind the martial law and not provide public information. So that's where we have to raise their awareness, because they closed all the information initially, but now they need to open up a little bit, although we still can say that we don't have any up-to-date information about the parliament, the committees, the list of MPs. We always need to clarify them, to ask questions and understand where the restrictions are justified, where they are not. We actually prepared 50 reports so far about the failure to provide access to public information. You talked about the launch of international platform to release illegally detained civilians, and it would be important for us to get up-to-date information about the detained civilians or detained journalists, in particular the occupied territory and other areas, and for us to be able to respond via diplomatic negotiations. Thank you, Alexandra. I hope that the new campaign of the Council of Europe will help you to cover those cases better, to highlight them. On our end, we always have to adapt, look for new solutions, and respond effectively. And we highly appreciate the dialogue we have with the MOD and with the general staff that we have today. So I want to give the floor now to Roman Vintoniev. He is an ex-journalist, our colleague now. He is a soldier of the 112th Brigade of the Territorial Defense Forces of the Ministry of Defense. Well, I'm not a soldier any longer. I work in the Ministry of Defense, so I can't both be everywhere at the same time. Okay, we're not as fast as I thought we were. Well, indeed, we have a new media team, communications team in the Ministry of Defense. We joined in November last year when we started dealing with the issues of access of journalists to the front line, into the hostilities area. We saw the order that regulated this issue. We spoke to the Institute of Public Information, Mass Information. We talked to journalists, both local and national ones. We conducted a meeting with Oksana, a couple of journalists, other journalists. I also met a couple of journalists and officers who go to the front lines all the time to understand what needs to be changed. As a result, it led to amendments to the order of the Commander-in-Chief. The General Staff Department for Public Relations helped us a lot. Unfortunately, it took a lot of time, but it was better than we expected. So we changed that. We introduced the following policy. In particular, journalists are allowed to get access to the areas that civilians have access to, because it used to be seen that a civilian can go anywhere and use his or her phone to video something, but the journalist couldn't. So what we did is that we changed that, and now if civilians have access to a certain area, journalists also do. Also, we added the opportunity to go to the red zone for journalists and to videotape that as well. Eventually, so we found the agreement with the Ministry of Defense, and now in the order number 73, it is explicitly said that journalists can go there and can reach the red area. It doesn't result automatically in their right, but at least it is now embedded into the order. And in the yellow zone, journalists can move without the escort of officers. That's also what we did. We talked a lot about that. Now people in the yellow zone, where the regular people can move without escort of officers, now the same rights are granted to journalists. This is the small wrap-up of our achievements so far. Now we are facing other challenges. If we talk about the safety of journalists and in terms of covering the hostilities. Now the challenges are related to the understanding of the democratic civilian control informational war on behalf of the soldiers, officers, and senior officers, and you can't regulate that by orders. You need to carry out awareness-raising campaigns, awareness-raising programs for our commanders, because the press officers can't help us, although they really want to, but the decision of the commander is final, because he is the one responsible for the safety. And that's indeed true, but we believe that once we can, or someone else can, change the curricula for training of commanders, and if we can make our point in explaining the issues that can be addressed through communications and through cooperation with media and press officers, then we think it could open up new opportunities, because so far it's still an unknown area for many military commanders. I mean, how to handle communications, what they are for, and how they can help them, because they don't use this tool yet. Thank you, Roman. Myself and I think the other participants of our event today are very positive about any training campaigns. I want to give the floor to Anna Kalužna. She is a war correspondent of Bigos Info. She is working on the very, very front line, and she delivers fantastic reports. Yes, thank you, Oksana and Roman. We certainly have achieved some sort of progress in our efforts when we try to get to the front lines. A couple of weeks ago, I was in the red zone in really hotspots in Krychivsky forest and Vanivsky forest and in the east of Ukraine, in Donbas. And I was also in Zaporizhia, in Robotyne. And our conference looks a little bit schizophrenic for me, because I mean, some people are talking about challenges like abuse, harassment, violation of journalists' rights by police officers, but the Ukrainian journalists are facing the biggest threat from the Russian missiles and Russian bombs. I am now wearing this typical Ukrainian embroidery t-shirt, but like 5 days ago, I was there for you, just to assess for our European colleagues. It was like a 5 or 10 second video, but that's how every minute sounds like there. When I go there, Ilarion said, and I totally agree, that I have the right not to go there. I work in the anti-corruption investigation office in our biggest info, but for 2 years we've been covering the war, and this is the schizophrenia we've been experiencing. Certainly there are quieter places, but there are places where every minute sounds like that. I was in the underground shelter for the soldiers with soil falling on my hand, and I heard the Russian missiles, tank rounds, and everything, and everything was flying to our end, but we didn't respond enough. And what the European Parliament will, what the Council of Europe, what European nationals can do is just to make sure that the EU delivers on their commitment to supply the necessary ammunition to us. This is what our president has been talking about all the time at every platform, because our defense forces today cannot silence down the Russian artillery and the Russian aircrafts that drop guided bombs onto us. I was in that trench near Klishivka with a 23-year-old Kirill. His homeland in the south of Ukraine, in the Zaporizhia region, was occupied by Russia. And he asked to join the armed forces, but he wasn't allowed to because of the age. There was also a musician in my trench. He used to be a musician before the war, and when the war started, he became a soldier. He was really concerned because on that evening he was supposed to go and live to his daughter, and she was in Poland, and it was the first time that she came back to see her dad. And I left them for several days, and then several days later I realized that both of them died there. The same happens in Robotyne, in Zaporizhia region. There was an intel guy, reconnaissance guy. I managed to prepare a report about him, but unfortunately I've learned that 2 weeks later he was killed after we made this report. He was killed by a Russian mine. We don't have enough ammunition to stop the Russian invasion right now, or to protect our civilians and our journalists in particular. So if we had this million of promised ammunition instead of 30% that we actually got, maybe those people still were alive, and maybe we could liberate the areas in the south of Ukraine where Russians are really torturing our people. I just have to give you this context because I heard you talking about the 21st century and stuff. I understand that in the modern world, the things I'm talking about are not supposed to happen. But and it was the same for me. In the 21st century, I was doing the anti-corruption reports. We went to Amsterdam, to and other countries with my ex-husband. He is now a soldier in the south, and I'm the journalist. I'm also worried about him, about my dad, who before the war was a school teacher, and he was growing vegetables and fruit. Now he is in the defense forces in the south. My boyfriend also is in the defense forces in the south, and I'm worried if we have enough artillery rounds to protect their lives. Because we failed to protect the lives of those boys whom I met 3 weeks ago and who are dead now. I was naive, I was mistaken, I was laughing at Russian propaganda when in 2018, they were saying that, yeah, we will invade Kyiv, it will take us only 3 days. I was laughing at that, but I shouldn't have laughed. And now Russia says that if they conquer us, and unfortunately the front lines are moving not in our favor gradually, but still it is happening. And if Russia, yes, they use really idiots for propaganda, but what they say, we are going to use the hands of Ukrainians to conquer you guys in Europe. I really don't want that to happen, but it may. And I want your international journalists to make it clear that Europeans, what they pay in form of taxes for the support of Ukraine, this is a small price that you should pay so that the war is not at your house, because Ukrainians are paying with their blood, with their lives. I'm talking here not just to listen to your sympathy. I'm saying that 2 years ago, my life was similar to the life of our European colleagues, Rodica, Adrian, Carly, but now my life is totally different, and it should. It can be different because I really want us to prevail in this war. I want to liberate every single village, and I'm doing everything possible to make it happen, and I urge you for support. And when the villages that are liberated, I want our people just to, to cry and say thank you. I don't want you to see the human brain on the tarmac of the roads from the Russian tanks, and I want you to listen to the air alert during the Christmas, and I don't want you to smell this smell of dead bodies that I smelled in Izium. I don't want you to feel that, but when we say that, yeah, we're in 21st century, we're caring for the safety of journalists, well, we have something else that's going on there in the south and east of Ukraine, so please understand why I can't only speak with the words of appreciation and gratitude. I'm certainly appreciate your support, but this has not been enough support, and I really feel it. That's why I'm telling you that now. Anna, thank you very much. This has been a really powerful speech. I really support you a lot, because this opinion we will probably have forever. If we had better air defense systems, maybe our civilian colleagues would have been alive. Maybe if our partners had reacted better 10 years ago, maybe the territory would have not been occupied, and we wouldn't have had so many casualties, in particular amongst journalists. And this matter comes up all the time, because we have at least 26 of our colleagues captured. And I want to give the floor to Lyudmila Yankina. She's from Zmina institution. We just recently talked to her about the release of captured civilians. The only thing, colleagues, we don't have much time, so please, you have only 5 minutes each. Thank you, Oksana. I want to thank Oksana for the speech, because she, I think she said the words that would make our European colleagues sober a little bit, because our lives have changed a lot over the past 2 years, and 10 years ago. I represent an organization, Zmina, and I've been documenting the prosecution of the Civil Society Act since 2016. But since the beginning of the invasion, there have been dozens and dozens times more of the cases that we have to follow. We indeed working in this schizophrenia format, because on the one hand we have internal challenges, on the other hand we need to be able to address the external challenges caused by Russia. We need to save our people, and our project to save the civilians from the Russian aggression is focused in particular on the journalists that who have suffered from the Russian aggression. We provide in particular legal support, we help with relocation, internal displacement to the people who suffered from the result of attacks of Russian drones and missiles. We provide financial support because many journalists have to start their lives from scratch, because their property was destroyed and they have no resources to continue normal life. So our organization, with the support of international donors, has to support them. We help the journalists if they suffered physical damage as a result of Russian aggression. We help them find housing if they don't have any, if they got injured or have been psychologically have suffered from psychological trauma. Sometimes we provide urgent support to people who are filling out applications for financial help, and they do that in basements because their editorial offices are being shelled at, being attacked when they fill out those application forms. In Sumy region, there were 10 journalists who were filling out the application for financial assistance, and they did it from the basement. And as they did it, we really heard the sounds of artillery rounds. We had to organize their evacuation because Sumy region is being heavily attacked regularly now, and the situation is critical there. We need to provide these people with physical protection, but we need also to provide them with jobs. And those journalists whom we had to evacuate, they were really the only ones who remained in the region. We don't have any other people now who could protect the freedom of expression there, because the TV tower was ruined by Russians as well, and when they got evacuated, this region was became a victim of informational collapse. Several journalists decided to stay in and continue to deliver truth to the people so that Russian frequencies could not silence down the truth. Russian frequencies are trying to slam into the Ukrainian space to fill it with propaganda, indoctrination, persuade people that Ukraine doesn't need them, persuade them to become collaborators and support the occupation. So journalists want, need, and can remain there. And we really appreciate their efforts, but we need to support them, and we can't, because their needs are much higher than what we can provide them with. So every day we have to go to the donors with our hands stretched out, asking for assistance to those journalists who are working in the extreme risk conditions, and we ask the Council of Europe to also deliver this message to their partners, international partners, so that they could provide as many funds as needed to support the Ukrainian journalists. We also work with the people who suffered from mental trauma. We sometimes need to refer them to psychologists, psychiatrists, and we need to look for them, because people have been damaged by the Russian aggression. People have lost the ability to sleep well yet, and sometimes we need to find medical professionals and surgeons and dentists, because the injury that they have suffered from, they are serious. We are also in touch with the journalists who are civilian detainees. So journalists are civilian detainees as well, and the problem is very much huge.
Не лише один раз здійснюється воєнний злочин, а він
Those who become hostages, they become victims multiple times. After journalists become civilian hostages, after they abducted in the occupied territory, then we just lose contact with them. And it is very difficult to find such a person, because they are abducted and they are placed in informal places of detention. They are kept in some torture chambers. And oftentimes there is just no contact with these people for a very long time. Also, we have a complaint about the Red Cross. The Red Cross operating in Russia is not even trying to find such people. Also, when we are able to find journalists who remain in the occupied territories, in the detention, oftentimes they are charged with war crimes and they are assigned a combatant status, and it's not acceptable because those are civilian people, people who cannot be assigned a combatant status. The international humanitarian law is supposed to protect people from that, but it's a problem, and the Red Cross does not see this problem or doesn't want to see. And I want to once again confirm what Oksana Romaniuk mentioned. We have 26 journalists in captivity, and we cannot find two of them, Irina Levchenko, Victoria Roshina. Speaking about Victoria Roshina and her abduction, the criminal proceeding was launched upon my report, my complaint, and I'm monitoring the investigation. But so far, we cannot find these two journalists. So if the Council of Europe could help, could apply some efforts to send a message to Russia about the need to show the place where they keep our two journalists. We would be very grateful, because we do not know what's happening to them. We do not know what's their physical condition, their situation. And generally speaking, we just want to bring them back home to Ukraine. Thank you for your presentation. And just recently, we got the official confirmation with the help of the Reporters Sans Frontiers organization. They got a letter from the MOD of Russia saying that Dmytro Khylyuk was detained, and they have him somewhere in detention. And him being a journalist, they assign him this status of a serviceman, but he never ever in his work had to do with the military, and it's good to check. So that is yet one more acute evidence of violation of his rights. And I want to call upon the Red Cross, because they have the mandate to check cases like this when the civilian hostages are held in Russia. Unfortunately, we do not have any kind of confirmation from them. We were expecting information about Mr. Khylyuk for 2 years. We wanted to learn something. We wanted to understand what was happening and where he was. Now I'm giving floor to a hero journalist, Svetlana Zavizetska, who I do not know even how to call this, but she was able to escape from the occupied territory. And her example is very inspiring to us. Svetlana, over to you now. You're in Zoom. Hello, dear audience. I hope you can hear me. Thank you so much for inviting me. Thank you for letting me know to speak about how we operate, because I represent temporarily occupied Melitopol, and I had no idea. When I was choosing the profession of a journalist, I just did not know that it would be this dangerous for me, for my colleagues, for my family, because that headhunting for journalists began way before the full-scale invasion, because they created the list of journalists before taking Melitopol, and in the very beginning of the occupation of Melitopol, we felt it very well. They started calling us for interrogation. The managers of media, proactive journalists were called for interviews. Our media suffered from DDoS attack. Our media company, RIA South, was DDoS attacked, but we continued to work, and we continued to be the Ukrainian voice in the temporarily occupied Melitopol. But to be honest, I didn't even think what kind of threat my family will face, and my colleagues as well. So I was summoned to the so-called interview by the councilwoman of a local council, and at that time she was appointed as the head of the occupation government. And she said that I must work for Russia, and the commandant of the town will meet me and explain me how I should operate. I refused that kind of cooperation. I said I did not want to meet anyone. But at the same time, I learned that that commandant already met the mayor, Fedorov, and he was taken hostage. So I realized that the following meeting with the commandant would look the same, and I will be taken hostage, and I decided to leave town. My last name already was in the list, and I knew that I could not make it through 15 checkpoints, so I had to get on board of an ambulance using someone else's passport. So I pretended to be a doctor, and I want to thank one MP, Sergei Minko, who helped. He organized that departure, and he pretty much saved my life. When I was in Zaporizhia, I told my colleagues that from Melitopol, they need to leave, because staying in town was dangerous, was life-threatening. for those who decided to show resistance.
Нічого не передавали ніяку інформацію. Але після того, як я виїхала, я дізналась, через декілька днів мені зателефонували і сказали, що взяли, що в моєму домі, в редакції провели обшук.
And there was a search administered in my place.
Вивели мого батька з мішком на голові і повезли невідомо куди.
And I know that they took my dad. They blindfolded him and took him someplace no one knew where. My friends visited many different places, including the office of the commandant, and my dad is old. He also suffered from stroke before the invasion. But they all said that we are not detaining anybody, we are not putting anyone in jail, especially the pensioners. But then in the evening they called me and they said that I should come back to Melitopol from Zaporizhia, and then my dad will be released. I said I'm not coming back. And then, of course, I lost touch with my dad. And then a few days later, they called me, and then they presented a new demand, saying that I must not work in Melitopol. I must officially resign. And then they let him go. But there were other complications that I had to suffer through. In 2023, there was this large-scale purge of journalists. And in May 2023, they detained Irina Levchenko. They took her from the street, and she's a member of the Journalist Association. She's a retired person, and she had an incurable sickness. But she got surrounded by people with guns. She and her husband were taken somewhere. And after our attempts to find out where she was, we could not learn anything. It was all for nothing. We could not get any information about her. And we still do not know whether she's still alive or not. Also, September 20, 2023 became a very sad day for us. We learned that at night, our journalist was abducted. He is the administrator of our Telegram channel. His name is Grigory Levchenko. And we could not use his admin account, and that account was stolen. And on that picture, they posted a bear with Russian flag, and where they said we won. So we created a new Telegram channel. We started searching for Georgy, and 1 month later, they showed in their Telegram channel, and on Russia's TV, they showed Georgy in jail. He was in the cell in Melitopol police. And he was interrogated by a Russian journalist. And he said that he will be sentenced to 12 years without any explanation. On September 20, at night, the administrator of another Telegram chat was abducted. There were several young people. They were all shown on TV, and they called them terrorists. We did not know where Georgy was. We did not know where he is now. And yesterday, we got information from the lawyers saying that he wasn't abducted, but instead, he just was in jail. You know, imagine this. That's the official response. And he is charged under Article 205, Part 2 of the Criminal Code of Russia. So they created the terrorist out of a journalist. And 1 week later, after abduction of Georgy, we learned that another colleague was abducted. We could not tell her full name before because her parents would not allow. They hoped that Anastasia will be let go and she will come home, but after 6 months, nothing happened. And her mom She's now trying to visit all those torture chambers and prisons. And she's asking where her daughter was, and they all claim that she did not abduct her. 1 month later, after she was taken prisoner, and it was very early in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning in September, and she was working as a journalist in Ria Melitopol before the invasion. And the Russian television, everywhere, on all the TV channels and telegram channels, they show the video how armed people enter her apartment and search her apartment, search her laptop, then they put handcuffs on her, and they take her into a car and they leave. And her mom is sending letters to law enforcement asking for any information, and they kept saying, we do not know. We never, that's the letter from the FSB of Russia saying that they never detained this person. We do not know where Anastasia is. And I'm calling upon the Council of Europe to please help us exchange our journalists and bring them home. Please help us free Melitopol, because then we'll be able to free up our colleagues. I'm asking you to please help, because I cannot wake up every morning with that kind of pain, knowing that my colleagues are suffering. Thank you so much. Thank you. We all support your words, your statements. And I want to give word to Olga Skripnik, who is the CEO of Crimea Advocate Group. So we have around 14 Crimean residents, over 1,000 media actors went missing in Crimea. So what's happening? Can you please tell us a little bit more about that? Hello, dear colleagues. Hello. Thank you for organizing this very important event. Thank you for organizing this very important campaign to support the journalists. And I thank the armed forces of Ukraine every day. Thank you very much. And I'd like to thank our Ukrainian journalists who show the truth. This work has started since 2014, and we are trying to speak about what's happening in Crimea. And for 8 years of occupation, as of 2022, they have created a huge system of prosecution. And over 100 of our citizens, Crimeans, they are behind bars.
За їх професійну діяльність, як, наприклад, журналістська, правозахисна діяльність і так само за підтримку України. Наразі, на жаль, вже більша цифра журналістів, і це ще не...
So unfortunately, the numbers are growing. There are 17 journalists, Crimean Tatars, Ukrainians. Among them, we have professional journalists and those who we call citizen journalists. That was the response to the prosecution, when publicly it was almost impossible to operate. So that's why we have that kind of movement, citizen journalists, where people report the truth using their cell phones, social networks, because there are no other means or ways. All the traditional means and ways, that's like Russian propaganda. And we are talking about Nariman Jalal, who was detained for publicly supporting Crimean platform, but also he was working as a journalist.
Багато часу, тому я додам, що ця практика, яка...
Don't have much time, so I can add that the action that Russia had practiced in the occupied Crimea has been widely applied in the territory they occupied since 2022. My colleagues already briefed you about what's going on, those atrocities. Now it's gotten even worse. There are a lot of killings of journalists, the torture chambers that they go through, and Russia tries to pretend that the detained journalists were combatants, and this is something that they do a lot. And we have a chance to work with the detention centers, at least with 3 of them in Simferopol, and they are meant specifically for people who come back from the occupied territory. Recently, we learned that Sergei, that was abducted in Novakhovka for his active journalism and civic activism, he was transferred to Crimea and was convicted for 13 years of prison. And a lot of civic activists and the journalists, they are called combatants in Crimea and other parts of Russia. So our urge to Council of Europe and other international partners to always say and underline that journalists are not combatants, they are civilians. Even if Russia 20 times says that they are combatants, they are not. And that's very much important because these are civic activists, they are civilians, and we must be able to get them back. Another problem that Lyudmila Yankina has raised too is how to return our people. We believe that all international mechanisms must include Crimea as well. Over the time of occupation of Crimea, only 8 political prisoners were returned as part of the exchanges. Oleg Sentsov was one of them. Now he is defending us in the armed forces of Ukraine. Gennady Afanasyev, the one who was defending us and who was killed in the Luhansk region. And out of those Crimean residents who came back from Crimea, none of them was journalists. So unfortunately, we don't have any successful case of return of Crimean journalists, Crimean Tatar journalists from the imprisonment and from captivity back to Ukraine. We have launched an international platform at regarding civilian detainees, and we hope that very soon the human rights organizations who would join this mechanism, because the first meeting was conducted without their presence. And we have also a coordination center on POWs, and now they pledge to work with the civilians as well. We highly appreciate the initiative, and we hope that very soon they will create a special task force based at the coordination center for the civilian hostages, detainees. Because some of the people who are civilians are now on the list of missing people, some of them on the list of the detainees, so we need to verify who is where. That's very much important for the return. We at the international level and the Council of Europe is very much important here and plays a huge role for our path to justice. We need to verify that the international register of damage caused by the Russian aggression, which has just recently been launched, it now is about the damaged property, but going to be about 40 categories there. And I believe that all those people tortured to death, starting from the Crimea back in 2014, they all must have the right to compensation for all the damage caused by Russia, starting from the Crimea, because now they look only at events starting from 2022, and Ukraine needs to do its homework as well and determine clearly all the categories of people affected by the Russian aggression. That's very much important for us as a nation to understand how many people suffered, to bring about the justice on all levels. Okay, now I want to give the floor to Sergei Tomilenko, the President of the National Union of Journalists of Ukraine. Okay, please, Sergei, share with us your opinion about the situation. Hello, colleagues. Thank you for your activities, for your support. As part of this platform established by the Council of Europe and yourselves, we are happy to to do our share of work, and we will be happy to report on the actual results at our next meeting, not only about the plans. As the president of the National Union of Journalists, I want to talk to you about what we can do to help journalists on the occupied territory. In particular, I want to focus on the joint actions that have been taken to release the journalists from the Russian captivity. Today we learned about Sergei Tsigipa, because according to his wife, he's being transferred now from the occupied Crimea to Russia. The process started yesterday, and this is just another example where we see the sort of turnkey process since the beginning of the invasion. When Russia captures a journalist, illegally detains him without any legal or any other type of support, and the so-called trial with the prepared solution, prepared judgment is being conducted, and now he has been indicted. His story and the story of other colleagues is very indicative here. Russia practiced the mechanisms in the temporarily occupied Crimea on how to neutralize the voices of others, and we need to realize that. We need to realize that people are being captured, tortured. The watchdogs and the observers of UN clearly say that torture has been an element of the Russian policies, and they apply to journalists, and we as a union, we document statements of journalists regarding the tortures. We have recorded about 100 of them, where we see that the journalists who witnessed the Russian offensive and other activities, and I think some of my colleagues can confirm that, like Vladislav, Irina, and others from the occupied areas. We are now looking for options to join our efforts and release Ukrainian journalists from the captivity. I want to say that, yes, it's very good that we have the Council of Europe's platform on the safety of journalists that registers all the violations of the journalist rights. As of today, and I checked it, now we have 19 cases on the platform related to journalists that are in captivity. They are related to the times before the invasion and after the invasion, and our proposal is to focus on updating those, in cases, information about them. We have a lot of expert knowledge on that. Because we don't have Ruslan Slimana, for example, a Crimean Tatar journalist, on the list. And he was detained together with another journalist who was detained, and the other one is verified, and the case is verified. They have similar last names, and one of them is on all the lists of detained journalists, another one is not. And he was also convicted to 20 years of prison. When we talk about the general numbers of captured journalists, we need to add 2 more names, and we will have the 28 names altogether. I mean Gennady Smak, who was detained in Yenicheskin just recently in April. His brother is asking not to cover this case, although this is a totally public case. Because he is a journalist, but he was not working as a journalist because of the occupation. Genichesky. Another one is Anastasia Lyukhovska, media worker. Today, her name was mentioned by Ms. Rezanska from Melitopol. So we have 28 names, and we need to synchronize our efforts with the platform. We need to help families of the journalists who have been detained. We need to give them advice, consultations, and support. Certainly, we are all prepared to support, but the relatives of Irina Levchenko and Dmitro Khiluk today, they still, need some understanding of what they also can do, like what kind of requests they need to initiate and so on. Our position is supported by the European Federation of Journalists, which is a strategic platform of the Council of Europe, and we believe that we need to unite all the materials and to launch international tribunal of the into the Russian violations of the freedom of expression. I truly believe that we need to consider this option as well. All in all, I want to congratulate us all on the launch of this platform. I wish you every success in coordination, and I want to thank the Council of Europe, Leila, and many others for your excellent work. We see that our international partners have a lot of understanding, but we would love to achieve a better result that would come up as a result of our joint activities, of our efforts and efforts of our colleagues. Yes, Sergey, thank you. What I can say is that we would love to see a clear separation between the cases where Russia is a perpetrator and the crimes where Ukrainians are guilty of. Now, everyone killed journalists and other people who killed. They all kind of Russia pretends that Ukraine is the one that's responsible, and you open up this list and you have this impression that Ukraine has been the biggest violator in the world of journalist rights. And I hope that the Council of Europe would make an appropriate decision and will separate those crimes very soon.
Частини програми. Я дуже попрошу колег бути
So now we're switching to a new session. Please be very, very concise because we have overstayed, but it's important to speak about the impact of Russian propaganda, because before the actual war, kinetic war, they started information war, and they kill us because they believe with all their hearts that we are Nazis and fascists and whatnot. I'm going to ask Natalia Vygovska to speak about what Russia is doing, what they are now creating in the occupied territories, and what's happening there in terms of the freedom of speech. Hello, everyone. We are now observing how the occupational media are developing in the occupied territories. I'm monitoring what's happening in Zaporizhzhia Oblast, because that has become the central place for media holdings. The initial approach was towards Kharkiv, Kherson, and Zaporizhzhia. That was the plan, and they wanted to use Kharkiv as a center, but they decided to use occupied Melitopol. And there, ZE Media holding is operating from there. So there is the radio station, the TV station, the newspaper, also the website. And there are a lot of Telegram channels, which in principle awoken during the first day of invasion. And Alexander Malkevich, Russian propagandist, is behind all this. And the Reporters Sans Frontières connected him to Prigozhin, who is sort of deceased, but Malkevich continues with his projects. He is creating more projects aimed at propaganda in the occupied territories. And one of the biggest problems there means that in the very beginning, everything was not very coordinated, but now they have this very serious organizational structure, which consists of imported propagandists from Russia. And they are all presented as locals from Zaporizhia or Kherson, Zaporizhia mostly. But those are Russian propagandists in different parts of Russia. And the problem is as follows. Apart from this harsh and very branched out structure of the ZE media, they really focus on Ukrainian youth. And there are a lot of different projects, a huge number of projects. And they are sponsored by the Russian federal budget. And also they are funded from the Putin's Cultural Initiatives Fund. We're talking about billions of rubles. So that is spent to make sure that in the temporary occupied territories, Ukrainian youth could be brought along, and they call them the ambassadors. That the youth who started collaborating with Russia. And also there are other problems with this propaganda. They completely block access to Ukrainian content. In the occupied territories, we now can have access to Ukrainian and other international media only if you have VPN. And if you can use Wi-Fi and VPN, only in this situation you can have some kind of access. You can see some other things apart from the Russian content, because everything else goes through Russian SIM cards and Russian internet providers, and they block everything. So I'm talking about modern day threats, and we need to really think about how to address this problem. Thank you, Natalia. All these facts, which Natalia discussed, are presented to law enforcement, and we will continue sending them more information. As a result of our investigation now, I'm giving floor to Ivan Fedchenko, who is the co-founder and the editor-in-chief in Stop Fake, which is a unique initiative, and it got established a decade ago in Ukraine. And over these years, they've been fighting the aggressive Russian propaganda. Ivan, please tell us about the trends, about the situation, what's happening, and how do we fight Russian propaganda. Thank you for invitation. It's a great honor. Speaking on behalf of Stop Fake. And for more than a decade, we've been trying to analyze and counteract disinformation. And I specifically would like to talk about the international aspects of that. We remember how in the old days they used to say that the war is looming in Europe. And in this situation, we have to start thinking how to fight back Russian disinformation at the global level. Because today's efforts, international efforts, are not enough. Russian disinformation system adapted to new conditions. They develop very actively. They expand their presence also in places where they were not present. So I'm gonna talk about presence of Russian disinformation in EU.
Минулого року в кінці робили дослідження і фактично вимірювали
We did our research
дезінформація
at the end of last year, and we tried to measure how actively they target EU countries, and they are very active, in a nutshell. And they are expanding their presence. In spite of sanctions, we see that there are a lot of media outside Ukraine that is actively using Russian sources as sources of information. That includes information from RIA Novosti and TASS and so on. So Stop Fake is actively working with Global South countries. And we see how Russian presence is getting bigger there as well, especially in South America, African countries. And just now you spoke of Prigozhin and Wagner. So it's important to also mention that very few people realize the fact that Wagner is not just a private military company, it's the only private military company that is producing its content, it's the disinformation, and they produce it in French, and that is disseminated in Francophone countries of Africa, and also it's expanded to France. So we observe that kind of internalization of efforts. That content is produced all across the world, and that's how they disseminate the false information. And our information gets diluted with waves and waves of disinformation, and it becomes very difficult to present the Ukrainian standpoint. And also, it's important to do something with the social networks. Something needs to be done about the decrease of Russian presence there. And then there is another important aspect. Ukraine has huge experience of counteracting Russian disinformation. Like the Stop Fake is cooperating very actively with the Center for Strategic Communications. And it's a good example of state government and non-government partnerships. We also cooperate with other NGOs. And this experience is huge. And it needs to be disseminated proactively. And Stop Fake is going to do some training work together with Google News Initiative to share their experience and to bring in fact-checkers and people from other countries who could help fight Russian disinformation in their respective countries, because fighting disinformation right now, just in Ukraine, makes no sense. And unfortunately, their efforts are getting negated most often. You know, they talk about doing research. It's important to do the research, but the results of that research is not implemented into international practices. And the Russian disinformation system does not see any threats today. No restrictions at the global level. That's why there is a lot of room for them to do whatever they like. And these threats, they are disseminated using traditional channels, but also they aggressively create new platforms, which look like regular traditional media or regular information agencies. They create new websites, they create new networks, social networks. And those are very well coordinated efforts, which have very good funding. and unlimited human resource.
Якби наш короткий аналіз того, що
That's a very short analysis of what is happening today.
головний підсумок з цього, що
And the final conclusion,
до висловлення Бореля,
again, we are trying to mention, to remember what Borrell mentioned back in the day. We are living in new realities.
а не на повторення тих якихось старих ідей, які ми вже обговорюємо понад 10 років.
And, we have to stop discussing old ideas, which we have been doing for 10 years. Right, thank you so much. We lack good legal responses to propaganda. And last week, for the first time, I saw the research in English, where Russian propaganda was assessed from the standpoint of the crime of genocide. I'm giving floor to Igor Solovey, who is the leader of the Strategic Communications and Information Security Administrative Culture and Information Policy of Ukraine. I know that the Strategic Communications Service is doing a lot in terms of fighting propaganda. Igor, please tell us, what do you do? Yeah, please, you have only 5 minutes. Yes, I'll be very brief.
Робимо багато, але недостатньо. Це однозначно. Все це, що робиться в тісній співпраці з вами.
Everything we do
Добре пам'ятаю, як
is done in close cooperation with you.
вторгнення, журналісти,
And I remember how journalists, media actors started fighting Russian propaganda from day one. They keep doing this.
адже по факту жодна з цілей російської пропаганди, вона не досягнута.
And, Russian propaganda is trying, but, they are not achieving the objective still. With the help of our experts, Ukrainian public is resilient and unbroken. So we, in our Center for Strategic Communications, we view media personnel as key partner in terms of fighting Russian influence and Russian information warfare. So we are trying to cooperate. We are trying to help the media and the civil society organizations. We are trying to do something to help them in their work. Of course, our capabilities are quite limited. We try to help with networking, with accreditation, and so on. Also, we have to be honest. We must say that media, apart from being the main tool for fighting disinformation, they become also the main channel of one of the main channels of dissemination of disinformation. And that's where our colleagues come in, and we have been discussing them, right? Some of them decide not to collaborate. And we understand that Russia is killing them.
Ця відсутність бажання йти на співпрацю проявляється навіть в тому, що створюються клони медіа.
They create clones of media, deepfakes, and share misleading information under that guise. Another challenge for the Ukrainian media is the internal challenge. Anonymous Telegram channels. We have in parallel a media structure that is not overseen or supervised by anyone, not government, not anyone. No one understands this. It's totally intransparent.
а з другого боку державні органи накачують ці анонімні майданчики.
There are a lot of anonymous resources, and the state authorities fill those resources with information. I think this is a big mistake, I believe, and we need to address it as soon as possible. I am an ex-journalist, and I can't remember another time when journalists and the government were so closely united, and I hope that this unity pursues the ultimate goal, and I hope we will have it until the victory. Thank you. I would love to ask Galina Petrenko. She is from Detector Media. Galina, so could you please tell us what we should do? We in Detector Media, we regularly measure the market, and we did it 2 years before the invasion and after invasion, and we can compare the results. I'm gonna give you now a couple of numbers from the research. We have not published it yet. Something may come up as a surprise for you, good surprise and bad surprise. A good news is that every year the understanding of the problem of misleading information, misinformation is growing. 64% of audience at the end of 2023 said, yes, the problem is big. In 2022, it was 61%. 18% of people believe that they can tell the difference between fake news and real news and neglect them. People are sensitive to misinformation. Only 17% of people say that they can decide whether they need to intuitively believe a message. Before the invasion, it was the most popular answer. So people said that they could tell the difference between fake news and misinformation. They could do it intuitively. But now we see that it's not even among the top 3 answers. Top 3 answers say that people try to find the source of information first to tell the difference. They judge whether the story contains different opinions and whether there are pictures corroborating the information. But again, we understand that people will have to regain the skills soon because the AI is developing and the deep fake are getting cheaper. In 2022, the first year after full-scale invasion, it was really not typical year, and the media consumption changed drastically. The share of TV went down and the share of Telegram went up. But the trust didn't go along the share of consumption and the changes. People continued watching TV, and the ones who watched TV, they trusted it a lot. People started consume a lot of social networks like Telegram, but the trust did not correlate with the consumption. The trust was on the same level. Unfortunately, 2023 led to the equal numbers in terms of the trust, but at the end of 2023, the general level of trust to TV and Telegram and other messages went down. More than half of Ukrainian audience, 59, believe that they can get up-to-date information from the media content. In most cases, the content can be distorted for the interest of the media elites and business elites. And now the people, 32% of people believe that the information can be distorted for the sake of interest of the government. So we can only guess why it happened. Good news is that this is a national level survey, and we see that for the second year in a row, Ukrainians started to recognize the such brands as like Stop Fake or media literacy. So people know now those brands better.
Не то що стовпів, але маленьких майданчиків, завдяки яким можна працювати в напрямку.
We can use these platforms to find the ways to address fake news.
Дуже дякую всім учасникам за ваші динамічні,
Thank you. Thank you to all participants for your dynamic solutions, for your strength and heroism. I hope our European countries liked to listen to you, and it was useful for them. So coffee break is now, and please come back 15 minutes later at this table. We will have a hot discussion about the protection of journalists' rights. We have had quite a few things going on about that. We'll have something to discuss. Thank you. Goodbye.
панель, яка буде присвячена захисту прав журналістів. Зараз
In this panel, we're going to discuss protection of journalists' rights against all kinds of threats that are not related to the Russian Federation. We have quite an active now, and maybe not only now, but for about 10 years, we've been working together with the law enforcement. And I'm happy to welcome Pavlo Pushkar, whom we've known for a long, long time, who has taught us and many of our colleagues many useful things. So I'm asking Pavlo Pushkar to take the floor. He's the head of the Department on the Execution of the Judgments of the European Court of the Director General on Human Rights and Rule of Law. I'm happy to see you, Pavlo. Please tell us about what you do and what kind of instructions you can give us. Good afternoon. I hope you can hear me well. Right, we can hear you well. Thank you very much for the invitation. Very happy to see. Can you also share your screen, your presentation? Yes, if I have this option. All right, I will try to turn on my presentation now. Yes, this is it. Just a couple of words before I start speaking about what I'm going to say about my presentation. I've listened with a lot of interest to the previous speakers and the discussion panel, which was about the war crimes and about journalists and some other things that I wanted to note. First of all, one can say that the Council of Europe during this time has done a lot concerning the restoration of the rights, future rights and current rights of the persons who are victims of the Russian aggression. And today you have already mentioned the work that has started on the register of damages caused by the Russian aggression. That's a very interesting piece of work, and I have been engaged in it, and I am engaged in it. This work is in progress. And we can say that, yes, in the future we will be able to speak about restoration of rights of the journalists, including journalists who are victims of the aggression of the Russian Federation. Besides, I'd like to say that in spite of the fact that the Russian Federation has been ousted from the Council of Europe on the 16th of March 2022 for the beginning of that full-scale war, the work that is related to the supervision over the execution of the judgments of the European Court against the Russian Federation has not stopped. And in our work, the work of the Department for the Execution of Judgments of the European Court, we watch quite attentively the developments in terms of what is happening inside the Russian Federation. And we can state, again, in terms of many processes related to supervision of the execution of judgments, that is related to the freedom of expression, that the situation has deteriorated dramatically with human rights in the Russian Federation, in particular as regards the freedom of expression. And this is true about all of the territory under control of the Russian authorities. This is a brief introduction. And again, it's a very interesting discussion, so I was happy to hear and to see many colleagues that we've been working with. Now I'd like to proceed to some of the issues that are still outstanding as regards oversight of the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe related to Ukraine. The Gongadze, Ukraine. It remains an emblematic case in many aspects. The judgment of 2005 that became final in 2006 demanded a number of different kinds of execution of particular individual measures on the basis of that judgment.
First of all, there was a need to carry out and to finalize the investigation of Georgi Gangadze's death according to the guarantees that are required by the European Convention of Human Rights, in particular Articles 2, 3, and 13 of the European Convention. And it also demanded, this case or required, that a number of broad general measures be carried out, in particular that work should be enhanced on the protection of journalists. And on the basis of the judgment on Gangadze and the following judgments or decisions of the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe and their recommendations on the basis of a recommendation that I'm also mentioning here in terms of protection of journalists and the safety and the security of journalists and other media actors, the recommendations of the Committee of Ministers of 2016, that amendments should be introduced to the Criminal Code of Ukraine, where in particular it would become more clear. They suggested that it should more clear specify who journalists are. This discussion has been going on since 2016 to see whether the Ukrainian legal provisions, in particular those of the Criminal Code as regards the definition of who journalists are in line with this recommendation. And as the Committee of Ministers believes, such general measures as defining of who journalists are according to the recommendations of the Committee of Ministers, this process of oversight of the execution of that requirement still goes on. That's the first segment. And here we see some institutional measures that have been carried out. I'm very happy to see here representatives of the Prosecutor General's Office and the law enforcement authorities, because at some time the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe praised the fact that the authorities of Ukraine had created specialized structures dealing with the investigation and prosecution of crimes related to the work of journalists and freedom of expression. So it would be very interesting to hear about whether this specialization continues existing and whether it is developing and in which direction, what its progress has been in the recent times. Sedletska versus Ukraine, the judgment of the 1st of April 2021 that became final on the 1st of July 2021, which was about interference with the journalist's right to the protection of his or her sources. And the issue of violation of Article 10 of the Convention. It's a very interesting judgment in itself, quite emblematic probably again in terms of what this judgment found. And now we see that there are some kind of a parallel processes probably related to the subject area of that judgment on the platform of the Protection Council of Europe platform of the journalists and the reports about the same kind of interferences. So basically those reports can be seen in public space, in the public media, which are about the events taking place in Ukraine. And here we have a very interesting discussion, including with the judiciary, as to whether this discussion is still underway and whether the national case law should be changed in terms of providing permission to interfere or to gather information with interference in public life and gather information that is about the work of journalists. Also, several other interesting things. We see that we now have two groups of cases related to access to public information. One of them is the Center for Democracy and the Rule of Law group of cases against Ukraine, which are under oversight. That's 7 cases in total. All of them are about different kinds of violations. In terms of access to public information, that's a particular request for public information from non-governmental organizations and journalists as to different categories of information. But these cases are also, we're working on them, and we keep working on a bilateral level with the Ukrainian authorities to achieve some progress in the execution of those judgments. And the issue of defamation, we see that in various judgments, and quite a number of judgments of the European Court, the issue of, let's say, persecution of journalists on the basis of journalists that allegedly have defamatory articles. And these are some pending cases, in particular the case of Anatoly Yeremenko versus Ukraine. This is final now. The judgment of the 15th of September 2022, that is a part of a larger group of cases of the Center of the Ukrainian Newspaper Center. And finally, a couple of words about the recommendations of the Committee of Ministers. I've already mentioned the recommendation of the Committee of Ministers of 2016 on the protection of journalism and safety of journalists and other media actors, and the new recommendation of the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe, where I also participated in developing it. And that recommendation was about the so-called strategic lawsuits against public participation. So these are strategic proceedings against public participation, which is a kind of a form of defamation, claims or civil actions that one can often see in the Council of Europe member states. And here we can definitely see the negative experience that the European Court has found, in particular as regards the case against the Russian Federation, the case of OOO Memo versus Russia, where those issues of SLAPs are considered in a broader way. So here I would also like to mention that judgment within the context of how it should not be done, and why such kinds of lawsuits are not in line with the Convention, European Convention, in particular Article 10. That was a brief overview of what we're doing. I understand we don't have much time, and that's why that was brief and condensed, but there is a lot of work. We hope to advance in terms of working on Gungadze case, as well as the work we're doing related to such a category of cases as Sedlotska and others, as well as those cases I've mentioned today. Thank you. Thank you, Pavla. And I would like to remind you that on the 23rd of February 2022 at the Parliament, a draft law was registered that we have drafted together with the then Committee on Law Enforcement with participation of international experts, and Pavlo helps us as well, which were amendments to the Criminal Code, in order to change the concept in general as regards not just protect journalists as a title, but to protect the activities of journalists and to reduce criminal or decriminalize, the access to information or lack of access. And I think we would get back to this draft law. It would also be very interesting for us to have your expert assessment, Pavlo, in terms of the response to some forms of the hate speech by the Russian Federation. And I think that we would be happy to work with you in this area as well. I'd like to give the floor now to Alexei Bunyuk, Head of Department of Criminal Policy and Protection of Investments of the Prosecutor General's Office of Ukraine, as our old partner, who in fact has made a huge contribution to the investigation of crimes. I know that you are in charge of this area. Please tell us about what you're doing and what cases you are working with. Thank you. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Thank you, Oksana, for giving me the floor and giving me the chance to tell you about our work. It's too much to say that I'm in charge of the work of the prosecutors to prosecute for the crimes against journalists. I'm rather more in charge of the platform on protection of journalists that we have set up together with you before the armed aggression of the Russian Federation started. That platform now continues its work. I can briefly talk about that as a tool for broad cooperation between the prosecutor's office and the law enforcement, and most importantly, the civil society that represents the interests of journalists. It's an interesting and innovative mechanism of for the prosecutor's office that makes it possible to know what's happening with the proceedings and talk about some systemic decisions. Our priorities have not changed within the context of the crimes against journalists. What's most important is our priority to overcome the feeling of impunity, to combat it, rather, which about those offenses against the journalists. In order to reach that objective, we carry out all kinds of measures. They are about some systemic work to coordinate the work of law enforcement agencies, to increase the effect of the investigation of this category of crimes back in 2020. On the basis of our platform, and inter-agency working group was set up where almost all the law enforcement authorities participate, the ones who deal with this category of offenses. That's a tool to say what is right, what is wrong, what should be improved, purely within the context of investigations. Well, clearly, interested stakeholders could be invited to participate in this working group so that the civil society could also see what this is about. And a more innovative instrument that we founded together with 6 human rights organizations that protect journalists in 2021, I think it was in the fall, that platform for protection of journalist rights, which was established by us. A memorandum was signed. And here, in addition to purely procedural aspects, well, I think that's a very important tool, the tool of communication about what is done, about certain specific proceedings, plus drafting some decisions in terms of systemic problems. This is important. And in fact, this helps us a lot to build up that specialization that Pavlo has mentioned, because that shows us very clearly certain aspects to which a prosecutor or an investigator who works on one's case, they may not see them. They may not even use it in their work. For example, recently, and I think that's quite an achievement for the Ukrainian law enforcement, we've been able to achieve good results, even in the case that many law enforcement officers considered a relatively protective one, where cases were not very evident. And that platform that allowed us to somehow, cooperate with the law enforcement authorities, to cooperate with them, to cooperate with the prosecutor's office to achieve a very good result. I think that's progress. I think that for such a category of proceedings, where such things are done without cameras, where such interferences or even threats to journalists, where this is kind of a concealed, and here I think we have some progress.
So without a doubt, while relying on this experience, I would encourage you to use this platform. We hosted a second meeting already this year. I hope it's not last. I'm sure it's not the last one. We are waiting for the list of provisions, and we will be explaining this based on the list of specific provisions. We will invite investigators, prosecutors, and thus encourage cooperation, because without the victim party, it is very difficult to achieve any kind of result. So you can expect our full support. The prosecutor's office is fully ready to support you, and it's important for the perpetrators to be brought to account. It's not just because we don't have the function of investigation. Yes, we're building the provisions. We are building these provisions and proceedings to make sure that it's further forwarded to court, but we can invite investigators to our platform, and you would be able to learn from the source what is actually happening. As to the development of specialization, it is extremely important to go back to the steps we started taking just before the war. But unfortunately, because of objective reasons, we couldn't get around to it during the war. We have been working on the standards, and this methodological aspect is extremely important. And these standard procedures are focused on prosecutors, and this will be reflected upon the work of other participants of this proceeding. It will give a chance to apply the law in a harmonized way and will affect efficiency accordingly. And when we have a systemic framework in place, then we would be able to discuss trainings and unification, harmonization and application of the use and approaches in a homogeneous manner by all involved parties and stakeholders. So I would encourage everyone to start cooperating with us, to see us as a supporter of your efforts, as a party who is fully prepared to uphold your rights that were violated as a result of any crime. And the latest examples are very prominent. There was another high-profile case this year, and we sent a case to court. Everybody thought this was going to be a case that would last forever, but still the proceeding was forwarded to court. It was about known people stopping the journalist team from working, TV crew. Thank you, colleagues. I'll be happy to answer questions. Thank you, Alexei. Thanks to our cooperation, we managed to see that the number of investigations that was taken to court has grown by 10% last year, and we hope for further growth going forward. I'm happy to give floor to Mr. Oleg Polypiuk, the Chief of Department of Observance of the Law of the National Police of Ukraine, and we're working with Oleg through this platform as well, through the Office of Prosecutor General's office. If you have the latest figures, you're welcome. Please let us know. Hello, everyone. Oksana, thank you very much for your invitation, and I would like to thank you for coordinating and for supporting our cooperation with law enforcement and with media movement, respectively, on your side, and with the civil sector. Alexei mentioned appropriately that we have been cooperating since 2020 very fruitfully. And not just us, but there are two more colleagues involved in this, because this special structural unit engaged in cooperation with every specific line law enforcement agency, and we're actively involved in this process. We also have a really great specialization. There are prosecutors who are focusing on these matters in every unit. We have an interdepartmental working group made up of law enforcement officers. We have a broader format where we engage in cooperation and coordination and coverage of our activity with broader public, with media movement, with the NGOs, and there is an interdepartmental working group of law enforcement agencies where we share information, listen to criminal proceedings, share the information about the status of investigations and other operational information. Lately, I think it is pretty visible for everyone and audible. Every prosecutor knows that there is a criminal proceeding regarding journalists, and every proceeding against journalists, involving journalists, is strictly observed and monitored, particularly, specifically. And the media coverage and the general knowledge of these cases, these cases are under special control, and everybody knows that these proceedings needs to get all the necessary time and attention. And this is one of the achievements that we all managed to achieve together. In terms of figures, if we're talking about different blocks, you've already mentioned and you've heard from colleagues about the war-related crimes. As to the criminal violations that are specific to subjects, there were 74 of them, including 10 where suspicions were presented, and a significant number was sent to court. We cannot uproot those situations or cases. We cannot send them to court 100%, but the way we are instructing our law enforcement officers, because we're also working on the central procedural monitoring and in the local branches, we are instructing them that the effectiveness of procedural leadership and effectiveness of support of these proceedings in court should be better, should be getting better, should be becoming better. And we are focusing quite a bit of attention on that. If you have any questions, you're very welcome to ask them, and I'll be happy to answer. Thank you very much, Oleg. We appreciate the contribution of the Prosecutor General's office in their fighting against lawlessness and attacks on journalists. It will be important to contribute your opinion in further discussion. I will shuffle our agenda a little bit, and I will invite Nastya Stanko, who is from Info, editor-in-chief. We have a number of issues. Nastya, if you could tell us more about that. Well, we are doing well. We are publishing reports and materials. We're working and doing well, but there have been several sad cases. Last weekend, before the weekend, we had many meetings with the security service representatives, official, unofficial. We received a lot of different signals. There are some international colleagues, so I will briefly explain the situation. I represent Следство.Info, which is an investigation agency which was working on anti-corruption investigations before 2022. After the beginning of the full-scale invasion, we started working, and we continue working on war reports. So we're traveling, just like Anna was telling about this. So we're traveling to the war zone, we're traveling to the front lines, and we believe this is the key thing that is happening in our country now. We also changed the focus of our efforts, and the editorial office focused a lot on identifying the perpetrators of the Russian war crimes, not just to have some random Russians do that, but to have their names, full names. He lives there and there. We have such and such evidence that he committed such and such crime, and we would transfer this information to law enforcement. In the end of March, we published a video on sexualized violence against men in the torture houses of Kherson. Unfortunately, Russians are conducting sexual violations not just against women but also against men, and these are civilian prisoners, and the worst things happened to them. And we're grateful to those 4 courageous men for finding the strength to tell about this, because we realize that people are not ready to tell about such terrible things happening to them. But we're also continuing with anti-corruption investigations. We had some regular material about the declarations of public officials. We were looking into the possessions of chief of cybersecurity department, Levityuk, and we've already, and SBU already knows that we're doing this investigation. They were trying to send signals to us that, it's not worth doing that. Maybe you could change the topic. We heard different signals. These were private conversations. I cannot talk about this, but one day our journalist who is doing this investigation, he was approached by the draft office employees. They spoke to him by name, called him by name, and they said, the journalist said, "Why are you approaching me? Is it because I'm doing such and such investigation?" They said, "We are recording that you are rejecting draft." And procedurally, a person very much resembling an employee of the SBU and assistant to Ilya Vityuk from the cyber department, employee for special units. And on video, we could see that this person looked like this person. They were instructing the draft office employees of where to stand and how to approach the journalist. And SBU said that they suspended Mr. Vityuk from his duties, and he was sent to Alpha unit, which is a military sort of armed unit, fighting unit of the security service, unit Alpha, and he will be there for the duration of the investigation. There is a sad contradiction between journalists and the society and journalists and the law enforcement. I do personally, and the editorial office itself does not think that journalists have to be privileges, that should not be drafted or anything. Our editorial office has a total of 16 people. Most of them are women. There's an accountant, etc. This total of 14. 4 of them are already fighting in the front. Our videographer, my best partner, who was also mobilized to the front lines, not to the War Office. We all understand that protecting the motherland is our duty, and I wholeheartedly support that. However, we do not support a practice, and we think it's bad for the society when the draft notices are considered as a tool of intimidation. The journalist was not just randomly met and encountered. He changed the place of residence, and then he was sort of followed there. He was initially contacted on one location and then another location, and the surveillance of journalists in that manner causes certain discomfort. Our electricity was cut off. We're thinking, well, did it just happen? Did it randomly happen? Or did it happen for a reason? Because it's cybersecurity department. Even though Ilya Vityuk was trying, he submitted a declaration openly. He didn't have to open it, but he published it openly, and this is how we got this information. And the competencies, well, he didn't know for a week that his declaration was open. Nevertheless, these are small details, and I would like you to somehow understand that those little signals, little calls are pretty dangerous, not just regarding journalists, but generally when there's a lot of mistrust going around in the society. And it's such a critical moment for the country when we are fighting such a war with such an enemy. So that's, if you do something that the authorities think is wrong, you will be punished. And service in the army cannot be a punishment. It should be an honor. And they're saying, you're saying as if a draft notice is a crime or a punishment, and even in the army, you may be encountering some kind of other punishment. Anyway, if there was more trust going around between the authorities, the journalists, and the society, so that we would then understand that this is not punishment, this is service to the state, and this is something honor-related. Oh, I also have a brief thing. We also filed a complaint against to court against the staff of Parliament. This is the last argument that we wanted to clarify about the overseas trips, business trips of members of parliament. And we were ignored for 4 months. And they were telling us that they didn't have such information. Again, this is about access to public information and the law on public information. And unfortunately, many officials forgot about this. And war gives them a free hand that, it's a war, so the information has to be closed. But it's not clear at all why this information has to be closed. Oksana, lastly, I'll say a few words about draft notices and punishments. I know these things happen in the regional editorial offices. It's just that when I wrote to these editorial offices, I contacted them and said, well, would you want to communicate publicly or shall we? And they said, we will not do that because everybody knows each other. We're in a small town. This is a moral and ethical problem, and we don't want to talk about this. So I know that after some materials, people would come to the editorial office and would hand out the conscription notices, and this is wrong. This is not how it should be, and it is a shame on all of us, literally, technically. Well, we're happy that we have the chief of the Committee of the Freedom of Speech. And yes, the chief of the Committee on the Freedom of Speech is helping us a lot, but unfortunately it doesn't have much effect. I'd like to give floor to Ms. Oksana Aksemenyuk, who is the chief of the Institute of Development of Regional Press, who is working on multiple high-profile cases of violating the journalists' rights, including the cases related to the SBU. Oksana, welcome.
Наголосити і звернути
Thank you
увагу.
for the invitation and thank you for giving me a chance to draw the attention of the international community to some problems existing in Ukraine today. Unfortunately, we can say that since the full-scale invasion, the ways to exert pressure upon journalists have increased. We're working on this category of cases. We not only provide legal support to the case on prosecution by Mr. Vityuk of the journalists of Slidstvo.info. We also work with Bigus.info, which was also about the security service of Ukraine. Unfortunately, that's a bad trend because only thanks to the fact that those publications are well known, that those media are well known, we now have evidence that have confirmed that the journalists, that the security service of Ukraine, that the law enforcement authorities are persecuting the journalists, harassing them in order to curb the investigations, because most of those media report corruption, because many people don't want them to do, and the pressure has increased. And this has only allowed us to bring up those two cases, to find evidence that confirms that there is truly orders of certain top-ranking officers and those law enforcement authorities that are using their office in order to prevent journalists from doing their work. And unfortunately, the fact that between those two events related to the security service work against Bigus Info, which was in January of 2024, and then, as we can see, 3 months later, there is a new attack on the journalists by the law enforcement, and again, the security service of Ukraine, and this time this is Slidstvo Info. Unfortunately, that shows us the trend, which shows that these are not isolated cases. Their number keeps growing, let alone the regional media, investigating media, because they are located in small towns, and clearly that there the pressure is much higher, and proving or protecting them is much more difficult than in this case. Besides, let me also remind you, Alexei has mentioned a case that has already gone to the court. That's also a tendency that shows that the harassment of journalists keeps growing. That was about the events of October of last year, and Mikhailo Tkach was that journalist who, in fact, was making a video of Tandir restaurant in the on the outskirts of Kiev, and he was attacked, as we can see, by the security people. He was beaten up. They hit the camera, and now the case is in the court. And here we see some record brief time of the investigation, because it's only 2 months that have taken place, which unfortunately is something we cannot say about the Bigus case. That's more procrastinated, but there the people who have committed that offense, they have bigger possibilities and stronger ties. At the same time, I want to confirm that this is what we can see about the work of the security or law enforcement authorities taking place inside Ukraine. But there are 2 other cases that took place with Ukrainian journalists in Poland. On the 27th of February of this year, Mikhailo Tkach went to the town on the border between Poland and Belarus in order to film how Poland was buying Russian grain from Belarus. And as Mikhailo was filming it, police apprehended him. He spent more than 5 hours with the Polish police, and what I think in this situation is the most dangerous thing and the worst thing, even compared to what is happening in Ukraine. But such things have not taken place in Ukraine for quite a lot of time. Mikhailo was apprehended without any sanction of a judge. He was held there illegally. He was searched. His car was searched without any evidence, and he was banned from talking to his lawyer. He could not use the legal any assistance. He could not get in touch with his editorial office. And as when the police did not see them, he just sent me an SMS, and to Sihir Musayev, the editor-in-chief, to tell us that he had been apprehended, detained, and that was illegal, and that allowed us to call the embassy of Ukraine that also tried to set him free. And all the thanks to that, Mikhailo Tkach stayed only 5 hours at the police station. And the journalists of Rayon in UA on the 7th of March, They also went to Poland. They saw that it was really very publicly important information. They also went to Poland to do some filming at the border between Russia and Poland in Kaliningrad district. They were apprehended. It was absolutely the same situation. They were detained without any legal grounds. No procedural reports were compiled. They were not given a possibility to get in touch with a lawyer. And also what is very important, that the journalists stayed in detention at the police for 52 hours. Only 52 hours later, they were deported from Poland because they had been filming, as the Polish authorities and Polish police have claimed, that they were filming some critical infrastructure which are dangerous for the state of Poland, which, although this never took place. Unfortunately, that shows us that there is a bad trend. Not only that the Ukrainian journalists are persecuted in the territory of Ukraine, but they unfortunately are also persecuted in the territory of the European Union. And I want to emphasize for the Council of Europe that such violations should not take place. And the Council of Europe in particular and the EU member states have to take every possible measure so that the persecution of journalists would not take place, because journalists are working within their legal framework and never violating it. Thank you, Oksana. We will definitely pay attention to it. We will see whether these cases are registered with the Council of Europe platform, because it was a blatant violation of the journalist rights. I cannot even imagine that such a thing can take place in Ukraine. We're now trying to appeal it in Poland, and I hope that eventually a decisions would be made and sanctions would be issued. It's very important for the platform to pay attention to that. I'd like to give the floor now to Maria Muzyczko, media lawyer, the Bikus Info lawyer. Maria, at what stage your investigation is now? Thank you. Well, our editorial board thought that the biggest challenge we've had in the past several years was the beginning of the Great War, how we could adapt to it, how we can survive. As Dennis, since the very first days of the war, he left the editorial board. But the biggest challenge was the beginning of 2024 for us, when at a site that nobody knew about called Narodna Pravda, there was a video published that had been edited from different parts, where a part of some of the people featured, some telephone conversations of our operators, technicians, and everything was done to discredit our media as much as possible. At once, we sent a report, we issued a report, a file with National Police. We said it was interference with private life, because in that video, it was a hotel outside of the city after a training, and people from our team were in their own rooms in the evening time. So that was clear interference with private life. The National Police registered 7 statements, 7 reports coming from us. And there, very urgently, very quickly, the security service registered their own report on the basis of Article 359, illegal installation of eavesdropping equipment. We tried to catch up with the speed of the SSU's work. We reported that Maria Zemlanska was a victim in that case. And here the story becomes even more interesting, because our report was not registered. There were not any procedural actions carried out about our report. It was only on the 7th of March, and that took place on the 17th of January. On the 7th of March, in a strange way, in Maria Zemlanska's mailbox, she found a letter saying that she had been rejected as a victim. Well, our case at that time was the State Bureau of Investigations, and she was already considered a victim, because on the 6th of February, our investigation was published, where we showed what kind of people these were and how that video was published by this Narodna Pravda. The Prosecutor General's office responded that confirmed that the people that we identified as the security service officers, and it gave the case over to the State Bureau of Investigation, and they took all the files from the SSU and the National Police. At the moment, we cooperate closely with a State Bureau of Investigation, SBI detective, and I have received the files of the case now, almost all of the files, and as the investigation continues, I cannot share any interesting details with you, but I want to tell you that subjectively, I believe, you know, when I went there to read the case, the files, I thought I would not get anything. And here I received quite a lot of interesting results. A lot of interrogations had taken place, a lot of searches had been conducted, quite a number of very specific expert assessments had taken place. At the moment, we can just hope that it will also be done very quickly, and not within 2 years, but within a couple of months, our case would get to the court, and we would be able to work, let's say, more in details on that. I would at least like to find out some elementary things. If the procedural actions were correct, in other words, if there had been a warrant to have proper investigative actions, whether there were proper grounds for that, and whether the actions were proportionate to the theoretical offense that they were investigating, alleged offense, because we keep stressing that the observation cameras were everywhere, and the bathrooms in people's personal rooms, the hotel rooms. Colleagues from my media, they would go from the shower room. You know, you have a hotel room, and there would be the showers, and some of my colleagues, they would go naked from the shower room to their room, and it was, you know, just not a very nice feeling. So the issue is whether those actions were proportionate. Of course, another important issue that concerns me, if we believe that everything was done legally, legitimately, how the results of that investigation became public, or of that recording, of that filming. Who did that? Who edited the video? Who published that that Narodna Pravda website that nobody knew of? And another issue that would probably not be ever responded is who had commissioned all that, ordered all that. Thank you. Thank you, Maria. Yes, it is quite interesting. Can I say where I also work for Biggest Info? I also hope very much that they will be punished, not just like the head of security service punishes his people. But in the case of Sledstvo Info, I have a lot of respect to those officers of the security service like Alpha, who are fighting at the front. I have worked with them, so my publication would be published. These are very brave people. But why would you send a person who is ashamed to your service to serve with the people who really risk their lives? And those other people, those clowns, they were also sent to the front to serve there in the army. Well, I never knew that even such agencies as the security service should be explained that the call-up papers is it's a serious document. And well, it looks like they have told us that all this unit was kind of disbanded, but according to our information, another unit was set up, and people still keep working there. Well, this has no official confirmation yet, but we're aware of the fact that after that special operation, Several, including Igor Clown, SSU, were in fact awarded with a state order. And when we requested the SSU for information about whether they have really been nominated as candidates to receive the order, they said, no, there is nothing. They have never been nominated. Although we know that there are 3 secret orders and the information is quite well known that Semenchenko and the other were after that operation and after that video were to be awarded with some orders. Look, we discussed it with Dennis when we prepared materials. I am talking about Dennis Pigus, and he says that life doesn't teach people. That means that there is a systemic nature, because it might seem that after that story with Bikus and Four, such things cannot be repeated, but now we can again see another blatant thing like that. Again, unfortunately, in the hands of the same security service of Ukraine. All right, colleagues, please, let's be very brief. For the next speakers, because we're taking too much of our time and we have limited time that we can spend in this room. Anastasia Matsko, journalist of Poltava Wave, who is with us on Zoom. Anastasia, are you with us? Yes, can you hear me? Anastasia represents a very interesting case. She has received threats from the local councillors. She wrote a report, filed a report with the police. Please, Anastasia, tell us about your case. My only request, please, 5 minutes, no more. All right, I will try to be brief. We've heard it already that about journalists from small towns, and I work in Poltava. It may seem that it would be impossible because I received threats from councillors at the building of the city council, well, perhaps district council as well, in the presence of other journalists. In the places where journalists can work, so there were cameras, there were witnesses, and I received my threats. Immediately after that, I went to the police, I reported it, and the pre-trial investigation has been going on for 7 months. And every time I had to once again prove the fact that I was a victim there. In fact, on the local level, I'd like to say, the police and the local law enforcement authorities, they do not know how to work with the threats and with the cases related to journalists. Because many times publicly and with some hints, I had received suggestions that the case should be closed down. They tried to requalify it, to do away with the element of journalism, and it cost me a lot of time and efforts. And separately, I'd like to say that the mechanisms for provision of temporary protection, we've applied for it because it was about threats, and as my work is about politics, so I am always, at the same locations together with the perpetrators, and I have asked for temporary protection, but it looked more like, persecution, because the only thing that they have suggested is that they would give me security people around the clock, and that I should wear this kind of helmets and vests around the clock, so I did not receive any proper assistance. Okay, now the case is with the court, and we'll see how it ends up. I cannot forecast it. One other thing I'd like to say about the general level of mistrust to the law enforcement, especially by the journalists, especially the ones who have the experience of already applying to the police and reporting the violations of their rights with the police. Thank you, Anastasia. I'd like to give the floor to Alexei Tucho, editor-in-chief of Tsukor from Sumy. Alexei is also with us in Zoom, and it's also a very interesting story there because your case has been closed down and then reopened, just like the case of Anastasia Matsko. Alexei, please.
Вітаю. Чути мене нормально?
Так, чути.
Дякую за запрошення. Я Олексій, головний редактор сумського журналу «Цукри». У нас, в принципі, така єдина була настільки тісна співпраця з поліцією. Це от якраз коли ми випустили відео і текст інтерв'ю з учасниками ЛГБТ-спільноти сумської. Після цього якийсь анонімний телеграм-канал почав нам погрожувати, публікував адресу нашого офісу, ну і закликав його знищити. В поліції не було проблем з тим, щоб прийняти заяву, вони це зробили в той же вечір, всі ці свідчення, коментарі надали, так само там моїх колег опитували по кілька разів. Єдина проблема була якраз з тим, що справу закрили, мене не повідомивши. Не знаю насправді процедуру, як це має відбуватися, але ні телефонного дзвінка там, як було спершу, ні повідомлення, нічого. Про це мені вже сказала представниця ІМІ в Сумській області, і, власне, сказала про те, що цю справу перевідкрили. Ну і насправді так воно досі тягнеться, ніхто не повідомляв.
And this is how everybody understood that. Nobody was brought to account, and for now we have this indecision status. Okay, we will probably discuss that within cooperation of Prosecutor General's office. I'd like to give floor to Ms. Rina Kuch, First Secretary of the National Union of Journalists of Ukraine and the first member of the Ethics Committee. Elena, could you tell us about what you're doing? Thank you very much, colleagues, members of today's discussion. I hope that the activity of the committee will be focused on establishing justice in terms of crimes committed against journalists and the media. I would like to cover two topics that have not been mentioned today yet. First one is about the damage incurred to editorial office, the damages to editorial offices in the occupied territories and seizure of property of editorial offices by the occupying forces. We were collecting evidence. We collected about 100 video evidences of Ukrainian journalists, mostly regional journalists. We recorded them duly, and they also mentioned the publication of editorial offices, the hits on editorial offices, the shelling of locations where the local newspaper was being handed out. The Vorskla newspaper in Sumy region was being hit 3 times. Nigurivka editorial office of the newspaper Південна Заря, Radio Nostalgia, Nikopol, Guliaipilė, Polugi editorial offices, Mykolaiv editorial offices. This is a list of editorial offices ruined in the territories controlled by Ukraine. And people are asking, how will the destroyers be punished for destroying the premises and the equipment? And the journalists who evacuated from the occupied territories are also expecting the re-establishment of justice against the perpetrators who were seizing the editorial offices and who were attacking physically and taking over the editorial offices, that they are now using the equipment, the office appliances, and the premises, spreading fake information to the population. And there's a lot of information being published about these seizures, about who was doing that, how they were doing that. We do not know cases where the perpetrators would be brought to account. Second question is the question of sexual violence during the conflict. We are conducting trainings for journalists and in the regions, and together with my colleague, civic journalist and human rights activist Lyudmila Husseinova. We're doing this together, and there was not a single case where we would do a training and then one of the participants, female participants, would approach us and say that they survived through a case like that. There's a lot more such cases than it may seem to us. First of all women who found themselves in captivity, they were subjected to some kind of sexual violence. They were stripped naked, they were touched, there are psychological threats, threats of sexual violence against the journalist herself or against their next of kin. 5 female journalists are now in captivity, and we were giving this information. Svetlana Gluchovska was mentioned. We gave this without her name and information, but currently there are 5 journalists in captivity, and this applies to not only women but to men as well, particularly to men because of a large number of the prisoners of war. And the understanding of sexual violence against female journalists. These were the journalists who got evacuated from the occupied territories, the journalists who were in the occupied territories. These are the journalists, female journalists, who were taken to the interrogation houses until they provided access and forcing them to provide access to media channels or to websites. They were being forced to cooperate with the occupying administration. I realize that not all of our colleagues are prepared to share this information about what they have been through, but when they are interviewed by police, when they provide evidence to police, for example, they are not prepared to talk to male police officers, and I would call upon the Office of the Prosecutor General and other law enforcement agencies to take into account this point, this aspect. Women cannot always tell what they've been through to a man. When we're conducting these trainings, and there was one case, we spoke to female student journalists and male student journalists, and we were telling them about SNPK, and one of the female journalists started crying, and she shared her story that she was leaving the occupied territory with her parents 2 years ago. At one of the blog posts, she was encountered by a Chechen guerrilla man. He said, "Oh, you're 16, you're old enough." So he took her passport. He forced her to go to some kind of cabin, and her parents, just basically bought their child out for all the money that they had. And they managed to drive out to the Ukrainian territory, and this student could not share this for 2 years, and she didn't know how to classify this. And only after we've talked to them, she realized what actually happened to her. So I would draw your attention to this problem. I hope the committee takes this aspect into account as to the crimes against journalists that are not obvious and that may not be discussed publicly as much as other crimes are being discussed. Thank you, Alina. I would like to give floor to Ms. Lydia Kuzmenko, who is chief of the NGO Women in Journalism and also a member of the Journalist Ethics Committee. She takes care of the rights of female journalists. Could you tell us more about this dimension of your work? Thank you. I'd like to thank Lina for starting this topic. We are now talking about Well, frankly speaking, it's difficult to talk about gender disinformation, gender-based violence, SNPK, and these are very sensitive topics, and they are not always out there in the surface. There's not always understanding in the editorial houses on that. There are no respective protocols for that, and as we could see, that there is certain distrust to law enforcement agencies. Distrust in law enforcement agencies that do not investigate such crimes properly. Recently, we did a study on the underestimated threat on gender disinformation about Ukrainian journalists, and we reviewed a large volume of data, 500,000 pages, and we could see that Russia is using the strategy of gender disinformation against Ukrainian female journalists, human rights activists, and all of that is related to disclosure of personal information. Their phone numbers are being disclosed, their addresses, the photographs of their children are being published, and as a result of all that, the mechanism is that, what they want to happen is for the journalists to stop investigations, that they stop covering war crimes, and roughly speaking, so that they would shut themselves in the houses to, cook borscht, to cook soups. But since we have this mobilization, more and more women are taking on responsibility, are taking over the coverage of events. Like Hanna Kalužna was telling how she's going to the front lines on a regular basis to cover the war. And more women will be facing that situation. And I wanted to give a couple of examples how this gender disinformation is getting spread. The narratives we outlined are these, that war correspondents are all agents of SBU, that they're all feminists, that they're prostitutes, that they're using the term hoe journalists, or journalist whores, and there was a study in cooperation with UNESCO on this, and they said, how does that word get spread? Because in English it's translated as prostitute, and we have something very similar. We have a similar word, so we can see that that is not just us. This Russian propaganda is working in Europe as well. So they're being discredited, and the journalists are being called escort service for giving service for money. And word journalist Irina Sampan, after the case was published, the information was being spread about the so-called calendar with Channel 5. The information was published and her phone numbers were published on internet. Her husband was being called, and all those Russian narratives were being spread. She was being called the lover of Zaluzhny, the chief propagandist of Ukraine. We don't have enough time for all of those details, but still, what is the problem about this? With Irina Zemlyana, who works in IMI, I mentioned the case. There was a case, I am not dear to you. I'm not your dear. And we spoke to cyber police, and we addressed the cyber police, but unfortunately they do not open the proceedings, and they're saying that this is not our case. So no one is responsible. We didn't quite understand who in Ukraine, which agency is responsible for threats to journalists. I spoke to Katerina Polyachenko, who is Deputy Chief of the Ministry of Interior and in charge of gender issues, and maybe there are agencies, sort of sub-units in the police that could open such cases, but there is no political will for that. Okay, yes, we also have changes to the criminal code that envisage a new category, which is bullying. And we took school bullying as a basis and applied it to journalists. And I would like to give final words to Ms. Svetlana Ostapa, Chief of Suspilne, National TV and Radio Company, since we're talking about the media landscape in Ukraine. Suspilne is part of this landscape. Svetlana, please. I would like to thank all speakers. Each of them said parts of the things that I wanted to say, so I would probably speak more briefly than I'd expected initially. The key thing is safety for the journalists in the front lines who are covering the front lines, and we have lots of people covering the situation in the front lines. Our task is to guarantee their security as much as possible. They all have tourniquets, med kits, flak jackets, helmets, the tactical medicine training. Everybody is insured traveling to the front lines. We're involving a psychologist who developed the trainings of mental safety and security, and our experts are also helping with mental security, mental health programs. Veterans are coming back already. 12 veterans came back to work at the National Suspilne channel. Alexei Banyuk mentioned the cooperation. The violation of rights of journalists to work, and despite the war, the journalists' work continues being interrupted. And even here in Kiev, where there's no active fighting, we have 2 cases on Suspilne related to the coverage of church cases in Kiev-Pechersk Lavra. Kiev-Pechersk Lavra, well, our crew suffered, consisting of 2 journalists in the coverage of events in Kiev-Pechersk Lavra, and Antonina Crater, who was filming the video about the situation of transfer of the local community to the United Ukrainian Church, but unfortunately there's no response just yet. We also have cases about stolen properties, stolen vehicles, damaged TV transmission towers. The jamming of our signal continues. There's intervention and interference in our correspondence, on our servers, and all that. On the 13th of March, there was latest jamming of signal, and it came from the Moscow region. So it is all being documented, and we're addressing the law enforcement agencies to make sure that the perpetrators are punished for that. As to references, as to draft notices, what I think is happening is the focus is being shifted. What Nastya Stanko was saying, that the bots are particularly active in that, depicting the journalists as draft avoiders. In pretty much every editorial office, some of the journalists are out there in the army. Nastya said 4 out of 16 are being fought. In our case, throughout our TV and radio company, 116 people are in the army, including 12 women. We're a strategically important unit, but it doesn't mean that all 4,000 people are being omitted from draft. Only 400 people, 400 journalists who are traveling frequently to the front lines are having the exemption from draft, and not even all of our management is exempt from draft. I also am against the possibility of presenting draft notices as punishment. This would depreciate all the contribution of people who went to fight. Same applies to journalists who are continuing to perform their professional duties here in the territory that does not sustain active fighting. They're all standing up for the independence of Ukraine and for the freedom of speech, and this is the value that makes us different from Russia. Russia doesn't have the freedom of speech. They do not understand what it is, and without the freedom of speech, without the journalist's contribution, we wouldn't have the real, true, independent and democratic Ukraine. Thank you.
І попрошу сказати
Thank
заключне
you,
слово.
Svetlana. And I will ask Anna Krasnov-Stup to say the final word, who is the national coordinator of the Council of Europe campaign. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for this event. I have made many conclusions for myself about the priority things I have to do. First, we have to launch the work of our coordination committee. All those cases you mentioned today, these are shameful examples of what is happening in Ukraine. We are personally responsible for all those crimes to be investigated, and the society should know who interferes with the professional work of the journalists. We should know these people by names. The other important thing is to exchange the prisoners, especially the journalists, female journalists. At the national coordinator, I will take up every effort so that we could launch this process. And we should jointly develop an action plan to review our participation with the platform. We started doing this a year ago. We have not finished it, but it's true that it should have all the reports related to the Russian aggression versus Ukraine or not related to it, where the Ukrainian authorities are liable for it, so that we would provide answers to all those alerts. I want to thank everyone, each and everyone, but would be happy to cooperate with you. If anyone is not part of the coordination committee, we can change that, and the journalists are important. Thank you very much.